Chapter 707. The early morning sun shone through the window, illuminating the room. There was still a small section of the red candle left on the table, and the candle droplets piled up on the table. Anu softly curled up into a ball, lazily opened her sleepy eyes, as if she wanted to stretch. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she met Yang Fan's smiling eyes. She immediately recalled the wild night last night, and her pretty face blushed. She quickly pulled up the sheet and buried her face under it. Yang Fan smiled, and gently patted her firm and round buttocks through the sheet. Anu's delicate body trembled, but she did not speak. Yang Fan pulled down the sheet that hid her face, revealing her blushing pretty face, and gently kissed her on the cheek. Anu's shyness and reservation were ignited into passion by Yang Fan's kiss. She opened her pair of soft jade arms, tightly hugged Yang Fan's body, and buried her hot face in his chest. Yang Fan was no longer the young boy who tasted love for the first time. He began to know how to restrain himself, and began to understand how to cherish his own woman. Anu's first time having sex, Yang Fan did not dare to enjoy himself too much. Last night, he only had sex with her once, so this morning, Anu only felt the joy of having sex for the first time, without a trace of fatigue or pain. Being hugged by her, Yang Fan thought of her trembling and twisting body under his body last night. Her whole body was soft as if there were no bones, but her legs were unusually strong, tightly wrapping around his strong and sturdy body. Melted like honey, as soft as a cloud, and as wriggling like a snake. His heart suddenly swayed, and he was somewhat eager to give it a try. This little lass was really a natural stunner, especially in bed. Right now, she was still young and inexperienced, and didn't know how to cooperate or perform, but it was already so wonderful. He really didn't know what kind of ecstasy it would be when she was fully mature. Yang Fan endured the desire in his heart and patted her little buttocks. "All right, don't be shy, quickly get up, if you sleep late, Xiao Man will laugh at you." Anu hurriedly poked her head out of his arms. "What time is it?" Looking at the bright sky, Anu became even more anxious. "The sky is already so bright, why didn't you wake me up? Now I'm too ashamed to face anyone." Anu hastily sat up and rummaged through her clothes on the bed. Suddenly she saw Yang Fan's hands as a pillow, looking at her with a smile. Only then did she realize that her body was exposed. She cried out again, "Don't look!" She pulled a pillow and pressed it on Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan didn't move. His mischievous voice came from under the pillow. "Women are really hard to understand. Last night, you held me with your legs and didn't let go. Now that I look at you, you're so embarrassed." Ouch. Miss Anu exerted her obscenity by kicking the stinky guy who rode on her body last night off the bed. Yang Fan's honeymoon began in a unique way. Anu's wedding was much happier than Xiao Man's. At that time, Xiao Man was still in love with her elder brother, but she didn't know her elder brother. She spent her wedding night alone, and eating at the same table with Yang Fan every day was a kind of torture. As for Anu, she got married last night, and this morning she was already a proper bride. Yang Fan's work was suspended by Lai Junshin, and Lai Junshin had long forgotten about it, but no one dared to deal with the decision he had made. Therefore, Yang Fan had been idle at home. This was equivalent to taking a long vacation, and he could accompany his lovely wife every day. Spring was warm, flowers were blooming, and everything was recovering. Every day, Yang Fan accompanied his lovely wife and a pair of children to enjoy the flowers, go boating, and go fishing. He was very happy. After a cold winter, in this spring, it seemed that everyone was a little restless. After the appearance of Taoist Zhang in the case of Lu Sili and Zhuolianyao, and the clumsy performance of the old nun in Hanoi, Taoist Shifang, and the barbarian Moliai, until Xue Huai, the fake monk, burned down the divine palace of Wanxiang, Wu Zetian was sick of monks, nuns, immortals, and Buddhas. In this spring, she issued an imperial edict, announcing that Ci Shi Yu Gu would be removed from her emperor title. Ci Shur was Maitreya and Yu Gu was the oldest, because there was more than one Maitreya and Bodhisattva in Buddhism, and Ci Shur Yu Gu represented the highest Maitreya. But now, she no longer needed Maitreya, so she added a new title for herself, Tianshu Golden Wheel Saint God Emperor. Tianshu, appointed by God. Later, Tianshu Golden Wheel Saint God Emperor established the Crane Control Bureau, and conferred Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi as officials. The officials of the musical house were good at singing and dancing to entertain the emperor, but the two officials of the Crane Control Bureau relied on their good looks and skills in bed. Lai Junchen collected all the evidence and finally instructed Wei Suizhong to impeach Li Zhaoda. Although Li Zhaoda had been warned by Yang Fan in advance, he had no way to deal with it. A phoenix without wings was inferior to a chicken. Today, Li Zhaoda had been deserted by everyone. Lai Junchen made a false accusation, and many prime ministers could do nothing about it. Even Di Renjie, who was nicknamed Old Fox, was helpless, not to mention that Lai Junchen did have solid evidence. Wu Zetian did not want to hold Li Zhaoda responsible for this matter. In her view, Li Zhaoda had already been punished, and there was no need to add another crime. However, Lai Junchen had evidence to punish him, and this evidence was Li Zhaoda's own doing. Back then, Shang Yang was suspected by King Huiwen of Qin, so he disguised himself and escaped back to his fief. But when he escaped to the city gate, it was already late. According to the law he made, no one was allowed to leave the city after dusk except for official business. According to his rules, no one was allowed to wander on the street after the curfew. He wanted to stay in an inn, but because he had made a rule that no one was allowed to receive unidentified people, he was finally caught by the officers and soldiers and was finally sentenced to death. Zhang Chujin, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice of the Wu Zhou dynasty, also had such a problem. He once made a new law: even if one had the golden token of exemption, pardon, if he committed the crime of rebellion, he could only be exempted from the death penalty. Any male over the age of 15 in the family would still be beheaded, and children and women would have to serve as official slaves. As a result, he happened to be a person who had the golden token of exemption, and was arrested by Zhou Xing for the crime of rebellion. As a result, all the men in the family were beheaded, the women became officials, and he himself was sent to the frontier. A good family was destroyed. As for Li Zhaoda, he followed in the footsteps of these two sages. When he was the prime minister, he once asked Wu Zetian to issue an imperial edict. Those who committed crimes in public would be sentenced to hard labor, those who committed crimes in secret would be sentenced to exile, and those who did not surrender for more than 100 days would be severely punished and sentenced to death by hanging. Wu Zetian liked to change the name of the year, and she would change it 2 or 3 times a year. Every time she changed the name of the year, she would issue a general amnesty to the world. Thus, Li Zhaoda had many chances to be pardoned. Li Zhaoda accepted bribes from Sun Wanrong, which was a crime. In between, he had received many chances to be pardoned, but he did not surrender. Thus, he was sentenced to death by hanging. When Li Zhaoda had been in power, he had never thought that he would end up like this. Back then, he had been the chief writer of the political affairs station and had been very proud of himself. How could he turn himself in for no reason and admit that he had taken bribes? Now that Lai Junchen had found out about this, Wu Zetian had no choice but to lock him up. At this time, Wu Zetian still had no intention of killing Li Zhaoda, but the series of political changes that followed finally triggered Wu Zetian's desire to kill him. There was a reason for the Khitan rebellion this time. Last year, the Khitan suffered a famine, and the people of the various tribes had nothing to live on. They were extremely poor and people starved to death every day. Under these circumstances, the governor of Ying Prefecture, Zhao Wenjin, not only did not provide relief, but he was insatiably greedy. Using the food shortage as an excuse, he squeezed the Khitan people even more. Sun Wanrong could not take it anymore and joined forces with his brother-in-law, Li Jinzhong. The two major tribes rebelled at the same time, captured Ying Prefecture, and killed Zhao Wenjin. As the banner of righteousness was raised, the various Khitan tribes that had been bullied and humiliated by the officials of the court responded. In just over 10 days, they gathered tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Then, they attacked Chongzhou and captured the deputy commander of the Longshan army, Su Qingji. When the news reached the capital, Wu Zetian was furious. Originally, Wu Zetian thought that the Khitan rebellion was just a small tribe stirring up trouble and could be destroyed in a flash. In the end, the border army lost 2 prefectures in a row, and the rebels grew in numbers. The court had no choice but to mobilize troops and raise funds to suppress the rebellion. At this time, looking at the matter of Li Zhaoda asking for a title for Sun Wanrong, it was no longer an insignificant matter. After Li Zhaoda heard the news that Ying Prefecture and Chongzhou had fallen, he leaned on the bars of the prison cell and sighed to the sky. This time, the court has sent troops to suppress the rebellion. If they win, I can live. If they lose, I will die. When the court was in chaos, Yang Fan traveled every day. He looked like he was having a great time, but in secret, he was scheming. On one hand, he mobilized the power of the Hall of Succession and used his connections and reputation in the southern borderline prefectures to create a good political atmosphere for the newly appointed officials to consolidate their positions and influence. On the other hand, he pulled the noose that was on Lai Junshan's head and quietly tightened it. Wu Zetian changed her title to Tianshu Golden Wheel Great Saint Emperor and established the Crane Control Bureau. She publicly raised Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, the 2 male escorts, in the palace. They were called the High Offerings, but in reality they were her empress. Through the 2 Zhang, she selected more young and handsome youths to enter the palace. It was clear that she wanted to create a big harem. However, Wu Zetian was already over 70 years old. Even if she took in 10,000 male concubines, she would not be able to have another child. Everyone knew that the current crown prince, Li Dan, was just a decoration. The empress would not allow him to inherit the country. Thus, the establishment of an heir became a matter that the court paid more attention to. Although the court paid attention to this matter, no one dared to suggest to the emperor about the establishment of an heir. In the past, the prime ministers had done such things and did not have a good ending. Now, they did not know what Wu Zetian was thinking. Wu Zetian did not issue an edict to ask who dared to say anything. However, no one suggested anything, but Yang Fan could create an atmosphere that someone was suggesting something. There was Shangguan Wan in the palace. There was Princess Taiping in the royal family. Yang Fan controlled the Hall of Succession, and had a few officials in the court who could influence it. Through this inside and outside, from top to bottom, it was easy to create an atmosphere. Someone is secretly suggesting to the emperor about the establishment of an heir. Lai Junshan expressed his serious attention to this rumor. In the past, Lai Junshan was very slow in this aspect. At that time, he only wholeheartedly worked for Wu Zetian and did not care who the heir was. However, after being exiled to Tongzhou for several years, he gradually became enlightened. He began to understand that the heir was the future emperor. Whether he could be rich or not depended on the current emperor, and whether he could remain rich or not depended on the future emperor. Thus, like a curious duck, Lai Junshan waddled over and took the initiative to stretch his neck into the noose that Yang Fan had hung there. Chapter 708. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the willows fluttered in the wind. In Shangshan Lane, there was a magnificent mansion located directly outside the lane wall. Suddenly, the middle door opened wide. 2 rows of Gaoli servant girls carrying lanterns walked out leisurely. The Kunlun slaves led the horses in and knelt on one knee, waiting for their masters to step on their knees and mount the horses. King Liang and Wu Sansi had drunk so much that their faces were red. They were already 60 to 70% drunk. Supported by 2 enchanting beauties, they cupped their fists and bid farewell to the guests. Those who could make King Liang personally come out to welcome them were naturally not ordinary people. Under the lanterns, a pair of beautiful women stood out. They were Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were as pretty as lotus flowers. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were secretly called the Empress and Imperial Concubine by the common people, were also attending King Liang's banquet today. The three brothers Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changqi, and Zhang Changyi, as well as the Cui brothers, Zhang Shua, Gao Jian, and a few other young talents. As for Cui Di, he still lost Princess Taiping's favor in the end and did not receive her recommendation. However, Cui Shi suddenly had an idea and promptly summoned Cui Yi and Cui Qi to the capital. Now Cui Shi, Cui Yi, Cui Qi, and their cousin Cui Qi, who had stayed in the capital for a long time, received the joint recommendation of Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner. After spending some money in the palace and bribing the Zhang brothers, they finally persuaded Wu Zetian to personally summon them. After a series of memorials, Wu Zetian was very satisfied with their talent and appearance. As a result, the four Cui brothers were all promoted to officials. Now, Cui Shi had risen to the heavens in a single step, becoming the assistant counselor of the Ministry of Appointments. Cui Yi, Cui Qi, and the three Cui brothers were also appointed Hanlin scholars. Although they did not have much real power, their status was extremely noble. The four Cui brothers were young and proud, and became famous in one fell swoop. Rumors of their romantic affairs with Princess Taiping became more and more popular among the common people. However, everyone had to admit that the four Cui brothers were indeed talented, or else they would not have been able to handle the imperial memorials alone. Wu Sanxi personally escorted Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi out of the king's mansion. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi bid farewell to their friends and returned to the imperial palace. The empress was very infatuated with them now, so they couldn't be separated from them for too long. The rest of the crowd took advantage of the alcohol to wander about. On the periphery, there were servants carrying lanterns and torches. They strolled along the long embankment of the Luo River, very carefree. Today's banquet was single-handedly organized by Cui Shi. Now that both the guests and the host were enjoying themselves, the first step of the plan that Princess Taiping had instructed Cui Shi to carry out had been carried out smoothly. He could not help but feel proud of himself. Taking advantage of the wine, he leisurely recited, "A small boat on a quay, fishing for the evening stream in front. The goose flips the cattail leaf, the fish swam in the flower. A pomelo hung with gold, and a pomegranate was broken in a pearl room. Sigh, the clear moon is half in the west tower." Not only was his poem written without thinking, it was also beautifully worded. Zhang Shua, who was also invited to the banquet, heard it and stroked his beard with a sigh. He said to Gao Jian in admiration, "With this kind of literary talent and status, Zhang might be able to catch up to him. But to have such achievements at his age, Zhang would be hard-pressed to catch up." Gao Jian smiled and said, "The Cui family is a rich and powerful family with generations of high-ranking officials. That's why they have such a foundation. It's only natural that you and I are inferior to them." Zhang Shua pointed at him and said with a smile, "Brother Gao's breadth of mind is something that even Zhang is inferior to." Cui Shi rode his horse in front and could vaguely hear the conversation between the two. He could not help but laugh. Outsiders only saw the glory, but did not know that the status of the four brothers today was not only obtained by relying on their family background. The four brothers of the Cui family entered officialdom at the same time. For a period of time they were unparalleled. This was not just because of their knowledge. There were many people who had knowledge but could not enter the sect. The joint recommendation of Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wanner was an important reason why they were able to enter officialdom. But for Princess Taiping to agree to the recommendation and to help them persuade Shangguan Wanner to agree, there was a price to pay. Creating an atmosphere to the world that the Zhang brothers took the initiative to make friends with Wu Sanxi was part of the price. The 4 brothers of the Chui family were distinguished and elegant. They were the people that the Zhang brothers liked to make friends with. Now that the Zhang brothers were recruiting soldiers and buying horses to expand their power, they valued these noble, talented, and young people of similar age. The 2 sides could be said to hit it off. Under the intentional pandering of the 4 Chui brothers, they very quickly became honored guests of Zhang Tongxiu, Zhang Changxi, and the other 2 brothers. One day, the 4 Chui brothers invited the 3 brothers of Zhang Tongxiu and his brother to drink wine by the side of the Luo River and chat. The 3 Zhang brothers happily attended the banquet. During the banquet, Chui Yi seemed to incidentally mention the matter of Li Zhaoda's imprisonment. Cui Qi immediately said, "The emperor bypassed the 3 law divisions and handed this case to Lai Junchen. It looks like it won't be long before Lai Junchen can be transferred back to the 3 law divisions and regain control over the officials." When Zhang Changqi heard this, he could not help but worry. That day at the Dragon's Gate, Lai Junchen and us 3 brothers had a very unpleasant quarrel. We have long heard that Lai Junchen harbors hatred in his heart and is waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. If we allow him to regain control of the 3 law divisions, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to our Zhang family. Zhang Tongxiu sneered and said disdainfully, "Who does Lai Junchen think he is? Why should we be afraid of him?" Looking at the entire court, who has the qualifications to be enemies with our Zhang family? Cui Qi advised, "Tongxiu, we cannot be careless in this matter. The major figures that Lai Junchen has toppled over these years are not just 1 or 2. Which one of these people did not hold great power and play an important role in the court? It is not a good thing to be stared at by this kind of person who is like a poisonous snake." Zhang Tongxiu was still unconcerned. "Soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earth weir. Why should we be afraid of him?" Cui Qi smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If Tongxiu is this careless, it is hard to guarantee that one day he will not seize the opportunity to bite you." Zhang Tongxiu frowned and said, "What else can we do?" Cui Qi moved closer and said in a low voice, "To deal with someone like Lai Junchen, we should strike first to gain the upper hand." Zhang Tongxiu said, "Brother Cui, do you think I do not want to punish that savage villain? It is just that the Empress values this lackey very much and relies on him as an arm. Although my Wulong and Wulong are doted on by the Empress, without a sufficient reason, it is impossible to make the Empress cripple her own arm with just a few words." Cui Qi laughed coldly and said, "Why not let him be blinded by greed and seek his own death?" Zhang Tongxiu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "If that is the case, could it be that Brother Cui has a brilliant plan?" Cui Qi moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. After listening to Cui Qi's words, Zhang Tongxiu thought carefully for a while and said hesitantly, "Will this plan work? What if Lai Junchen succeeds instead?" Cui Qi smiled and said, "So what if he succeeds? If Lai Junchen succeeds, then he will be borrowing Lai Junchen's hand to get rid of another big obstacle for us. Wei Wang has long been dissatisfied with Brother Zhang planting more and more arms and legs in the court and suppressing his power." Zhang Tongxiu said hale and hearty, "That is right. Whether this plan succeeds or fails, we will still be able to profit. Ha ha ha, brilliant plan, it really is a flawless brilliant plan. I will enter the palace now and discuss it with Yi Ji and Changzong." Cui Qi pulled him back and said, "Tongxiu, this matter is not urgent. Now is the time of spring, let us drink to our heart's content first." Zhang Tongxiu had something on his mind. How could he still be in the mood to drink? After a while, he left Zhang Changqi and Zhang Changyi to accompany the 4 Chui brothers and excitedly entered the palace. It was already afternoon. Wu Zetian left the court and first went to Wuqing Hall to deal with a few important memorials to the throne. She also asked Shanghai Wanner about the progress of the transportation of rations, troops and weapons in preparation for quelling the Khitan rebel army. She then returned to lovely Spring Terrace. After chatting and laughing with Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yi for a while, she felt tired and went to bed. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji saw that Wu Zetian was taking a nap, so they went to the garden to play on the swing. Feeling bored, they went fishing again. They had just cast their fishing hooks into the pond when an eunuch came to report that Zhang Tongxiu had arrived. The two brothers were very happy. They quickly put their fishing rods aside and asked someone to invite their older brother over. Zhang Tongxiu was led to the pond. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji sat down in front of a stone table with him. The palace maids served fresh fruits and candied fruits before withdrawing. Zhang Changzong said to Zhang Tongxiu, "The two of us are extremely bored in the palace. Every day we hope that brothers can come and talk with us. De Xiong entered the palace today. Why didn't you bring Chang'e and Changqi?" Zhang Tongxiu looked around and said in a low voice, "I entered the palace today because I have something important to discuss with you." De Xiong, Zhang Yiji was surprised. "Did something happen at home?" Zhang Tongxiu shook his head and said, "Everything is fine at home, nothing happened." He then told Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong what Cui Shi had told him. Among the Zhang brothers, Zhang Tongxiu was known for his stratagem, so his prestige was very high. At this time, he naturally would not say that this idea was Cui Shi's suggestion, but shamelessly said that it was his own idea. Zhang Yiji listened to Zhang Tongxiu's words, frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Lai Junchen is arrogant and domineering. He doesn't even care about our Zhang family. We should have dealt with him long ago. It's just that using this kind of method seems a bit risky." Zhang Tongxiu said in a carefree manner, "Yiji, your courage is small. What risk can there be in this matter? I have already carefully calculated, with the Empress's love for you and Changzong, if this matter is exposed, at most she will reprimand you. Other than that, what else can she do? Think about that time when Lai Junchen framed Di Renjie, Ren Zhigu and the other prime ministers. The matter was exposed. What did she do to him? Lai Junchen falsely claimed Ji Su's credit. Now that the Empress knows, what will she do to him? Could it be that in the Empress's eyes, you are not as important as Lai Junchen? If this matter is exposed, there will be no future trouble for our Zhang family. If the plan is carried out, then regardless of success or failure, we will still benefit. If the plan succeeds, Lai Junchen will fall, and we will have lost a sworn enemy. If the plan fails and Lai Junchen succeeds, then the unlucky one will be King Wu Qingxi of Wei. Yiji, who is our Zhang family's biggest enemy now? It's the Wu family. If we can overthrow Wu Qingxi, the Empress will definitely not be at ease to hand over all the military power to Wu Sanxi. At that time, other than our Zhang family, who else can she rely on? In this way, our Zhang family will not only have people in the imperial court, but also hold military power. This way, we can ensure our Zhang family's prosperity for 10,000 years. Zhang Changzong nodded heavily and said in agreement, "Wulong, I think eldest brother is right. No matter what, this plan will only benefit our Zhang family without any harm. We can give it a try." Seeing that Zhang Changzong also agreed, Zhang Yiji couldn't help but be moved. He thought for a while, and then said with some worry, "Are you sure that if you spread the news, it will move Lai Junchen? That Wei Suizhong, can you buy over him?" Zhang Tongxiu said confidently, "Don't worry, Wulong. When has eldest brother not done things carefully and seriously? Wei Suizhong, this person, barged into the manor drunk and insulted Madame Wang's family. Madame Wang could not bear the insults and hanged herself in anger. Wei Suizhong was terrified because of this, and stayed in the brothel every day, not even daring to return home. Right now, he is looking for a big backer who can guarantee his safety." Zhang Tongxiu smiled proudly, raised his chin and said, "In today's world, if there is someone who can guarantee his safety in Lai Junchen's hands, other than our Zhang family, is there a second?" Zhang Yiji thought for a while and nodded firmly, saying, "All right. We'll do as you say. Eldest brother, you must be careful when you do things. Chapter 709. After Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi were convinced by their cousin, Zhang Tongxiu, they would visit the Liang estate every time they left the palace. The Zhang brothers were a rising power in the court, but they had already shown great power. Their close relationship with King Liang immediately attracted the attention of some people. All the officials in the court were trying to find out the reason behind this move, especially the king of Wei, Wu Qingxi. Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had been fighting for many years. Both sides had their fair share of victories and defeats, but their overall strength had always been balanced. Now that the Zhang brothers and Wu Sanxi were acting so friendly, Wu Qingxi couldn't help but suspect that they had formed some sort of alliance. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out what kind of insider trading the Zhang brothers and Wu Sanxi had. Lai Junchen was also very concerned about this, but he wasn't as anxious as Wu Qingxi, so he didn't pay too much attention to this matter. However, even though he didn't pay too much attention, he found out something that even Wu Qingxi hadn't heard. The emperor has decided to appoint an heir. The news that Lai Junchen received was that the empress had decided to make Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, the crown prince. However, this was a matter of great importance, so it was kept a secret and only made preparations in secret. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi were the empress's bedmates, so they knew this big secret. Lai Junchen finally understood. Wu Sanxi will be the future emperor. The Zhang brothers are clearly looking for a way out for themselves by being so close to him. Lai Junchen could understand why the empress had kept this a secret. After all, the people of the world still had a very high opinion of Li Tang. If the court suddenly announced that the Wu clan would inherit the throne, it might cause a huge political upheaval. In particular, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had always been competing fiercely. If Wu Qingxi learned of this, he would also mobilize his forces to oppose it. Therefore, just like when she had ascended to the throne, the empress needed to first settle all the obstacles and lay out everything. Only then would she announce her decision to replace the crown prince. To ensure that this information was accurate, Lai Junchen even used his connections in the palace. When he was the deputy imperial censor, Lai Junchen had bribed a few servants in the palace to act as his eyes and ears. Later on, he was demoted to Tongzhou, so he lost contact with these servants. After Lai Junchen returned to the capital, he immediately restored his relationship with these people. The news that Ji Su had come to the capital to complain about him was passed on to him by these young eunuchs. Some of these eunuchs were still ordinary eunuchs, and some were already small eunuchs, so they could gather more information. Through these spies in the palace, Lai Junchen quickly confirmed the information he had received. The information was correct. The emperor was indeed changing the crown prince, and the new candidate was Wu Sanxi. Since the information was correct, Lai Junchen immediately prepared a generous gift and went to the Liang household to pay his respects. There was nothing wrong with currying favor with the future son of heaven. In the end, when Lai Junchen excitedly rushed over to the Liang household, the door was slammed in his face. Lai Junchen has always been close to the Prince of Wei, Wu Qingxi, but his relationship with the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, is not very harmonious. Back when Yang Fan was imprisoned, Wu Sanxi came to the censorate with a ceremonial carriage. Lai Junchen hummed along and did not give him much face. Later, in some political turmoil, Lai Junchen and Wu Qingxi also exchanged glances with each other. After Lai Junchen was demoted to Tongzhou, the one who sent the gifts was also Wu Qingxi. From start to finish, he did not establish any contact with Wu Sanxi. Now Wu Sanxi is on good terms with the Zhang brothers. When Wu Sanxi heard that Lai Junchen and the Zhang brothers were at odds in the Dragon's Gate, how could he accept him and make the Zhang brothers unhappy? Lai Junchen hit a snag and dejectedly moved the gifts back home. He then found a group of trusted aides to discuss important matters. Lai Junchen did not have any trusted aides. These so-called trusted aides were only two: Li Jing in the civil field and Wei Suizhong in the military field. Now that this was a political matter, he naturally had to listen to Li Jing's opinion. In Lai Junshen's view, although Li Jing was only a military supervisor, he was knowledgeable and had worked for the Luoyang government for many years. His eyes were still very sharp. There was no great general in Sichuan, so Lai Junshen could only seek help from this pair of stinky cobblers. After listening to Lai Junshen's explanation, Wei Suizhong carefully said, "King Liang is not willing to receive you. One reason is because the magistrate was too close to King Wei in the past, which made him unhappy. The other reason is because of the two Zhang brothers. In my opinion, the magistrate might as well send a generous gift to the two Zhang brothers first to appease their anger, then pay a visit to King Liang. If the first time doesn't work, you can go again. You will definitely be able to open the door." Lai Junshen was not at the point where he had no other way out. He was very unwilling to be submissive like this. He rolled his eyes at Wei Suizhong and turned back to Li Jing. In Lai Junshen's opinion, Wei Suizhong could be beaten or scolded. Rolling his eyes at him was already a very light reprimand. However, Wei Suizhong was already certain that Lai Junshen would not spare him. A mere eye roll was enough to make him feel a little uneasy. Li Jing stroked his beard and pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, he slowly said, "There is no need for the magistrate to pay any attention to the Zhang brothers." Lai Junshen hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Li Jing smiled and said, "The Zhang brothers are also trying to curry favor with King Liang in advance. Why should the magistrate curry favor with them? To put it bluntly, once King Liang ascends to the throne, someone like the magistrate will be of great use to the new emperor. But what use will the Zhang brothers be then? Is the new emperor going to leave two male concubines in the palace to be the laughingstock of the world?" Lai Junshen nodded repeatedly. "That makes sense. That makes sense. But King Liang is not willing to accept me. What should I do?" Li Jing said, "King Liang is not willing to accept the magistrate for his own reasons, but also because of the Zhang brothers. As for the second Zhang brother, it is because King Liang has not yet ascended to the throne, and he still needs the Zhang brothers to speak on his behalf in front of the emperor. That is why King Liang does not want to offend them because of you. As for his own reason, it is because the magistrate has been too far away from him in the past." Lai Junshen anxiously said, "That's right. I also understand this logic. The problem is, what should we do now?" Li Jing's eyes turned and he smiled slyly. "If the magistrate makes a great contribution to King Liang, he will gladly accept you and place you in an important position." Lai Junshen's expression tightened. He asked hurriedly, "How can I make a great contribution to King Liang?" Li Jing asked in return, "Who is King Liang most afraid of?" "The Empress has already made a decision about the Crown Prince, but has kept it a secret." "Who is it for?" Lai Junshen lowered his head and thought for a moment. He slowly said, "King Wei?" Li Jing said, "Correct." Lai Junshen's eyes wavered. "What do you mean?" Li Jing said, "During the era of Emperor Wu of Han, there was a concubine called Go Gezi. Wei Suizhong was an ignorant and incompetent person. When he heard Li Jing's story, he could not help but be surprised. Lai Junshen had never heard of this person before. He did not know why Li Jing was telling this story, but he knew that it must be related to the answer he wanted. He said, "Continue." Li Jing said, "In the later years of Emperor Wu of Han, someone secretly reported that someone in the palace had cursed the emperor with witchcraft. Empress Wei Zifu, Crown Prince Lu Ju, and the others died because they were framed. Emperor Wu intended to make Lady Go Gezi's son, Lu Fuling, the crown prince, but he was already old. He was worried that Lady Go Gezi would interfere with court politics after his death. So before making Lu Fuling the crown prince, he ordered Lady Go Gezi to die." Lai Junshen thought for a moment and said, "I understand what you mean. You are saying that since the emperor is determined to make King Liang the crown prince, He will remove all obstacles for him in advance to ensure the smooth succession of the throne? Li Jing hurriedly said, I do not dare to speak carelessly about the emperor's plans. However, the current crown prince is but a bird in a cage. The prince of Fang province can be killed with a single edict and 2 lines of words. King Liang's only enemy is King Wei. Lai Junchen frowned. They are both nephews of the emperor. Will the emperor kill one nephew just to ensure the succession of the throne? Li Jing smiled sinisterly and said, the fathers of the emperor's nephews were both killed by the emperor. Even these 2 nephews were exiled to the desolate border by the emperor and changed their surname to Wei. The emperor values the Wu clansmen because the Wu clansmen support her the most. The reason why she wants to pass the throne to the Wu clansmen is because only the Wu clansmen will allow the Zhou dynasty she created to continue. If we are talking about closeness, the emperor's closeness to these 2 nephews is far less than Emperor Wu's closeness to Lady Go Gezi. Lai Junchen slightly narrowed his eyes. Li Jing did not miss the opportunity to add, if you can make such a great contribution, not only will King Liang be grateful to the prefectural magistrate, but even the emperor will be overjoyed that the prefectural magistrate has solved a big problem for her. Lai Junchen slowly paced around the room while Wei Suizhong, who was at the side, listened with trepidation. He had followed Lai Junchen by his side and saw with his own eyes the people Lai Junchen had dealt with. It wasn't that there wasn't someone of Wei Wang's level. Lai Junchen had killed prime ministers and generals, princes and dukes, but those princes were after all from the Li clan. Lai Junchen clasped his hands behind his back and only took a step forward after a long time. He paced around the room for a full hour before he slowly stood up and ordered in a deep voice, we will discuss this matter later. Keep your mouths shut. Do not reveal a single word to anyone. Wei Suizhong's heart trembled. Based on his years of experience following Lai Junchen, he knew that Lai Junchen was determined to become the murderous Emperor Wu of Han. Not telling anyone usually meant that you could only tell someone who was absolutely close to you. Wei Suizhong now told Jinyang everything that was on his mind so that he could sleep soundly. Therefore, when he and Jinyang were hugging each other, Wei Suizhong sighed and whispered Lai Junchen's plan to his woman. Su Jinyang immediately sat up after hearing it. Her naked body was not conscious at all. She only said to Wei Suizhong in a pleasant surprise, Lang Jun, your chance is here. Wei Suizhong said weakly, what chance? I think he is crazy. He really has no one to bite. Even the people around the emperor have started to attack. If I am not careful, I will be implicated before he kills me. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Suizhong suddenly sat up with his eyes wide open. Jinyang, what do you mean? Su Jinyang nodded vigorously, yes. Isn't this a good chance for you to get rid of Lai Junchen's control? Wei Suizhong looked at her in surprise at first, but gradually, his eyes lit up. Chapter 710. The study room of the Wei king, Wu Qingxi, was quiet. Wu Qingxi's face was gloomy as he stared at Wei Suizhong, who was kneeling in front of him. He sneered, You said that Junchen wants to fabricate a crime to accuse me of treason? Wei Suizhong bowed his head. Yes. Wu Qingxi leaned forward and asked, You are one of Lai Junchen's henchmen. Why did you leak this information to me? Wei Suizhong bowed and replied respectfully, Ants trying to shake a tree, this lowly official is not willing to die with them. Wu Qingxi looked at him coldly and slowly sat up. Lai Junchen was able to return to the capital because I protected him. He owes me a great debt of gratitude, so why does Lai Junchen want to make a move against me? Wei Suizhong replied, When Lai Junchen was demoted to Tongzhou, he begged your highness more than once. Although your highness agreed, you never helped him. Wu Qingxi's face heated up. He naturally knew that Wei Suizhong had accepted money but did not do anything. Wei Suizhong said, Lai Junchen has long harbored hatred for this and swore to take revenge. Although he was able to return to the capital, He regained His Majesty's trust because of his contribution in solving the case of Su Lianyao and Lu Sili's treason. Your Highness did not help him, so Lai Junchen only remembers grudges and does not remember kindness. He is harsh and merciless and has always been like this. Wu Qingxi thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Jiafu, who was standing to the side. Over the years, Zhang Jiafu had become his #1 advisor and had always been trustworthy. Jiafu, do you think this is possible? If Lai Junchen wants to accuse me, Princess Taiping, Crown Prince Dan, and Prince Luling of treason, he must be crazy. Zhang Jiafu said carefully, Your Highness, Lai Junchen has always been crazy. However, he will not do anything that does not benefit him. Zhang Jiafu turned to Wei Suizhong and asked in a low voice, Why did Lai Junchen not hesitate to make the entire court his enemy and accuse so many people? Why did he not accuse King Liang when he has accused so many people? What other secrets are there? Speak. Wei Suizhong trembled and stammered, Your Highness is wise. That Lai Junchen heard from some unknown source that the Emperor has already decided on His Highness, King Liang, as the Crown Prince. That's why he's trying to figure out His Highness, King Liang, and wants to get rid of everyone who's trying to harm King Liang in one fell swoop, and use this to gain His Highness' favor. Hearing this, Wu Qingxi was shocked and his expression changed. The Emperor has already decided that Wu Sanxi will be the Crown Prince. Is this true? Wei Suizhong smiled bitterly and said, How could this lowly official know such an important matter? This lowly official only knows that Lai Junchen came to this conclusion because Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yi are getting closer and closer to King Liang. As for what the actual basis for this conclusion is, this lowly official truly does not know. Wu Qingxi felt uneasy and immediately felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Seeing this, Zhang Jiafu waved his hand at Wei Suizhong, saying, You can go back. If Lai Junchen has any other orders for you, you only need to be as careful as ever and report to Wang Ye at any time. Since you have decided to serve His Highness will definitely ensure your safety. Even if it is to ensure your future, it is only a matter of a few words. Wei Suizhong hurriedly acknowledged and kowtowed once more before quietly withdrawing. As soon as Wei Suizhong left, Wu Qingxi anxiously asked Zhang Jiafu, Jiafu, do you think that the Emperor has already decided on the Crown Prince? Is it true or false? Zhang Jiafu said, The two Zhangs and King Liang have indeed been getting closer recently. However, to say that the Emperor has already decided on King Liang as the Crown Prince, there is no credible evidence. Perhaps in the Emperor's heart, he has already begun to lean towards King Liang, so the two Zhangs are on good terms first. It is impossible for Lai Junchen to know all the details, which is why he came to this conclusion. Wu Qingxi felt a surge of anger and violently coughed a few times before gasping for breath and saying, Impossible, impossible. If that is the case, Lai Junchen should have bribed Wu Sanxi. Once this matter succeeds, his future will be limitless. Wei Suizhong is his henchman, so why would he betray him? Zhang Jiafu said, Even if the Emperor has the intention to make Wu Sanxi the Crown Prince, he might not be willing to harden his heart and eliminate so many of his relatives in one fell swoop. Lai Junchen's move is a risky one. He has never reported so many of the Emperor's close officials in one go, so it is normal for Wei Suizhong to have doubts. Moreover, Wei Suizhong might be wary of Lai Junchen now. Wei Wang was high up in the hierarchy, so he would not know about the Lai family's bullsh**t. Zhang Jiafu recounted how Wei Suizhong barged into the residence, humiliated Madame Wang, and forced her to commit suicide. After Wu Qingxi heard this, he no longer had any doubts about Wei Suizhong's motive for joining him, but he was even more convinced that the Emperor had already decided to make Wu Sanxi the Crown Prince. He said in panic, If that is the case, the Emperor's intention to make Wu Sanxi the Crown Prince is very credible. What should I do? Zhang Jiafu said, "Your Highness, do not panic. This matter may not have been decided, but we can give it a try." Wu Qingxi asked, "How do we try?" Zhang Jiafu said, "Lai Junshen's intentions are not good for the Emperor. No matter what, he must be eliminated. The Emperor might as well use this matter to contact all the relatives of the Emperor who have been reported by Lai Junshen and work together to impeach Lai Junshen. Once Lai Junshen is brought down, one of the threats will be removed. From this matter, we can also observe the Emperor's intentions." Wu Qingxi seemed to have understood and said, "You mean," Zhang Jiafu said, "if the Emperor protects Lai Junshen, it means that the news that the Crown Prince has been decided is true, and the Emperor should prepare early. If the Emperor is willing to kill Lai Junshen, it means that the Emperor does not have the intention to make Prince Liang the Crown Prince. Even if he does, it is the Emperor's intention, and his decision has not been made. The Emperor will have to reconsider this decision when the Emperor has contacted all the powers to oppose it." Wu Qingxi agreed deeply and said, "What you said makes sense. This matter should not be delayed. I will go see Princess Taiping immediately to discuss this matter." On one hand, Wu Qingxi was alarmed at the thought of Lai Junshen, who was known as a mad dog. On the other hand, he was anxious about whether the Emperor has decided to make Wu Sanxi the Crown Prince. He immediately set out to see Princess Taiping. When Princess Taiping heard the news, she also turned pale with fright. She immediately discussed with him and decided to unite all the powers that could be united to destroy Lai Junshen. At the same time, they could use this to exert pressure on the Emperor and force her to give up on any plans to make Wu Sanxi the Crown Prince. For his own safety, and even more so for the Crown Prince, Wu Qingxi worked together with the remnants of Li Tang's faction for the first time. Under the cover of this elder brother, although nothing could be seen in the short term, in the long term, as long as it was Li Tang's faction, regardless of whether it was Princess Taiping's faction, the ministers loyal to the Crown Prince, or the officials inclined to the Prince of Luling, they would all have a more relaxed environment for development. Li Tang's power had recovered a step further, like the flourishing weeds in the countryside in spring. "Eunuch Gao, this way please." Gao Lisher nodded and continued to follow the attentive young attendant. The present Eastern Palace was a place even colder than the Cold Palace. Crown Prince Li Dan and his children were all trapped in this courtyard. Although no one blocked the palace gates, there was an invisible palace gate there. Other than grand celebrations, when the Emperor needed her sons and grandsons to come out and make up the scene, they could only obediently guard this desolate palace. The palace maids and eunuchs who guarded this cold palace did not have any benefits to speak of. Over time, they became more and more disrespectful to the Crown Prince and the imperial grandchildren. As Gao Lisher walked, he saw weeds growing in the cracks between the bricks, but no one cleaned them. Although Gao Lisher had entered the palace late, he was the adopted son of eunuch Gao, Gao Yanfu. In addition, Yang Fan had introduced him to Shangguan Wan'er and asked her to take care of him in the palace. The eunuchs in the palace were the most snobbish characters. They knew that this attendant was eunuch Gao's adopted son and that Shangguan Daiji favored him greatly, so they naturally did their best to please him. "Crown Prince, eunuch Gao is here to inspect the Eastern Palace." The eunuch in the Eastern Palace did not care at all for the Crown Prince and the imperial grandchildren. He didn't even report before barging in with an arrogant expression. Crown Prince Li Dan was eating lunch with his sons. The lunch was very simple, consisting of dried vegetables and salted vegetables. The family had been cooped up in the palace for a long time, so their expressions and actions were somewhat wooden. They did not react to the eunuch's rudeness. Preposterous! The Crown Prince and the imperial grandchildren did not speak, but Gao Lisher was enraged. "How dare a servant like you act so rudely in front of the Crown Prince and the imperial grandchildren?" Gao Lisher shouted angrily. The Eastern Palace eunuch fell to the ground in shock. Yes, eunuch Gao, please calm your anger. Eunuch Gao is right. Gao Lishur looked at Li Dan and the other princes' tables, and became even angrier. The crown prince and the imperial grandchildren's food was so simple and crude. It was obvious that the eunuchs had embezzled their supplies. Wu Zetian guarded against her son as if he were a thief. She did not want him to be tainted with power, but she would not go so far as to cut back on the supplies. Even in winter, the crown prince should have a supply of vegetables, let alone now that it was spring. Even the eunuchs and female officials with some status in the palace were eating chives, garlic sprouts, and other nourishing dishes, while the crown prince and the imperial grandchildren were still gnawing on salted vegetables. Gao Lishur himself had gone from rich to poor, and his family had declined. Thus, he hated snobbish people the most. Seeing them treat the crown prince so harshly, he naturally could not restrain his anger. The Eastern Palace eunuch did not know why this eunuch Gao was so furious and only knew how to plead guilty. Gao Lishur gave him a good scolding and yelled for him to leave. Only then did he straighten his clothes and go forward to pay his respects. This servant Gao Lishur greets the crown prince and the various princes. Li Longji was now a 13-year-old youth. He had been under house arrest in the Eastern Palace for so long, but his spirit had not been tempered in the slightest. When Gao Lishur angrily rebuked the Eastern Palace eunuch, his face was red with anger. Li Longji watched coldly from the side and saw that he was not pretending. He couldn't help but have a good impression of this little eunuch. Li Dan saw Gao Lishur kneel down to pay his respects and stood up in fear. He mumbled, "Eunuch, but does the Empress have a decree for me?" Gao Lishur saw that there was no one in the hall waiting on him to eat. After the eunuch leading the way had been dismissed by him, only the crown prince and the imperial grandchildren were left in the hall. He did not ask the crown prince to dismiss his attendants. Instead, he took out a secret letter from his sleeve, walked forward on his knees, and respectfully handed it to Li Dan. Li Dan and his sons were trapped in the Eastern Palace and depended on each other for survival. They had long since lost many of the strict rules of the imperial family. Furthermore, Li Dan usually had no one to discuss matters with. The only confidants he could truly trust were his sons. Thus, Li Longji and the others all crowded around Li Dan and read the secret letter together. When Li Dan, the prince, was born, Wu Zetian was already extremely powerful. Growing up at the side of this powerful mother, Li Dan and Li Xian were far inferior to their two older brothers. The two of them had the same cowardly personalities. During the days of house arrest in the Eastern Palace, Li Dan was like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring. The slightest rustle of grass in the wind would cause his heart to palpitate. Now that he opened the secret letter, he saw that it was written by his sister, Tai Ping. As expected, the contents were about someone trying to harm him. Li Dan was so shocked that before he could finish reading, his knees weakened and he sat down. On the other hand, Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the other imperial grandchildren were so angry that their faces were red. Li Qingqi suppressed his anger and snatched the secret letter from his father's hands. He continued to read with his brothers. Chapter 7:11. Li Dan knew that Li Junqian was about to impeach him and that Princess Taiping, Wu Qingxi, and the others had decided to join forces to counterattack, but he still did not dare to write a few words and incite the officials still loyal to him to cooperate. He was worried that once the matter was exposed, it would become evidence against him. In the end, it was under the insistence of Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the other princes, who specifically stated that the letter could be burned after reading, that Li Dan finally agreed, trembling with fear, to sign the letter and stamp the crown prince's seal. Li Longji saw Gao Lishur, who was holding the secret letter, out of the hall. He reached out to take off his jade pendant of flowing clouds and 100 blessings and stuffed it into Gao Lishur's hand. He said, "Eunuch, you risked your life to send a message and saved my father and me from danger. I am unable to repay your great kindness. This jade pendant is a small token from me. Please accept it, eunuch." Li Longji was under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, and did not have any monthly salary. This jade pendant was something he had worn when he had been expelled from the manor and locked up in the Eastern Palace. It was one of the few belongings he had. Li Longji's clothes were tattered and shabby, even worse than Gao Lishi's. Gao Lishi was not willing to accept his things and hurriedly declined. Li Longji sincerely said, "This little thing is not worth eunuch risking your life to send a message. How can this little thing buy my life? I'm giving it to eunuch Gao as a keepsake. In the future, if my father and I can regain our freedom, we will definitely not forget eunuch Gao's help today. If eunuch Gao thinks highly of this promise of mine, please accept it." Gao Lishi hesitated for a moment and carefully put the jade pendant into his pocket. He bowed deeply to this young prince of similar age and calm temperament and respectfully returned the greeting. "If so, this servant thanks your highness for the reward." Li Longji nodded. Watching Gao Lishi turn and walk out, there was an unusual look in his eyes. Although he was young, all kinds of hardships had made him far more mature than other youths of his age. He had already begun to pay attention to seizing every opportunity to rope in people he could use. Beside the Yi River, the fishing float on the clear water suddenly sank. Yang Fan hurriedly raised his wrist, and a shiny, fat fish leaped out of the water. Yang Fan swiftly lifted the fish in front of him, took off the hook and put it into the fish basket. Then, he attached a fish worm and threw the thread into the river. He said calmly, "Since everything is ready, let's do it." Renwei stood behind him and said respectfully, "Yes." In Sect Master's opinion, who should make the first move? Yang Fan held the fishing rod in his hand and calmly replied, "Wu Qingxi is cunning. He won't take the bait so easily. It's better to let the Crown Prince's men make the first move." "Yes." Yang Fan turned his head and said, "Most of the people on the Crown Prince's side have already been killed by the Emperor. The remaining people are all very secretive. Even for us, it is difficult to ascertain who is still loyal to the Crown Prince. Take advantage of this opportunity to keep an eye on those who have emerged and then follow the clues to find out who is usually close to them. These people are friends today, but they may become our enemies in the future." "Yes." Renwei bowed deeply and turned to leave. The next morning, Wu Zetian had just asked Assistant Minister of War Yao Chong about the progress of sending troops to Liaodong to quell the rebellion when a young eunuch came forward to report, "Your Majesty, the supervising imperial censor Ji Lizong requests an audience." The position of the supervising imperial censor was not high and did not have the right to accompany the emperor in court. However, they were imperial censors. If they wanted to impeach someone, they could come to court at any time. Thus, when the civil and military officials heard that the supervising imperial censor requested an audience, they immediately understood that it was to impeach an official. Wu Zetian was slightly surprised and ordered, "Summon him in." Ji Lizong was over 60 years old, and was already an old official. Although there were as many 6th and 7th rank officials in the capital as there were cows and horses, and this official could only recognize a few of them, Ji Lizong had spent his entire life in the imperial censor, which was responsible for supervising the officials. Thus, the officials who had been in this yamen for a long time were all recognized by the influential officials in the court. Ji Lizong was an honest and clean official and was highly respected by the court. In the past, there had never been a case where he had impeached someone without any evidence. Moreover, he had never attached himself to the influential officials and wholeheartedly worked for the court. Even Wu Zetian had great respect for this loyal old official. After a while, the edict was passed down and Ji Lizong strode into the hall. When the civil and military officials saw Ji Lizong holding court clothes and an official hat, they were all somewhat stunned. Wu Zetian narrowed her pair of presbyopic eyes and saw Ji Lizong's appearance clearly. She also felt somewhat strange. What does old Ji want to do? Could it be that he wants to retire and return to his hometown? Ji Lizong did not look around and walked into the hall, bowing to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian could not help but ask with a smile, "Official Ji, you are not wearing court clothes. Why have you come to the hall like this?" Jilvzong said, "This old official has come to the hall today to impeach the capital governor, Lai Junshin. This old official knows that Lai Junshin has always been trusted by His Majesty and has great power in the court. If I cannot bring Lai Junshin down today, this old official will definitely fall into his evil hands in the future. Therefore, I will be impeached without a hat or robe and dressed in white. If I cannot bring him down, this old official is willing to immediately resign and return to my hometown. I will die of old age in Linquan and henceforth never to participate in court politics again." Hearing this, Wu Zetian was displeased and rebuked. "Official Ji's words are too outrageous. The imperial censor supervises the officials, hears rumors and reports, and controls the country's laws and regulations to maintain order in the court. This is the power given by the imperial court. Regardless of whether what you say is conclusive or not, who can accuse you? When has Lai Junshin ever been so domineering? Don't hesitate to speak your mind. This emperor will decide everything for you." Jilvzong's voice was like a great bell as he said, "This official thanks Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this official impeaches Lai Junshin for being the mastermind behind Wan Guojun, Huang Jingrong and the other cruel officials massacring the vagabonds and forcing the desolate border to rebel. This official impeaches him for being cruel in accordance with the law, for being obedient to the law, for harming and torturing people's hearts, for having their bones exposed and blood shed. There are many cases of this, and the voices of injustice have filled the sea. This official impeaches Lai Junshin for being demoted to the same province, for oppressing his colleagues and forcefully taking his wife for himself. He has no sense of shame, and the people are seething with resentment. This official impeaches Lai Junshin for accepting bribes from a rich man while he was a judge in the same province. He actually used grain from the government's treasury to give to the plaintiff, and should be executed for his crime. This official's impeachments are all supported by witnesses and material evidence. They are definitely not false accusations. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly." Jilvzong's words were powerful and resounding, and the entire hall immediately erupted into an uproar. There was actually someone who dared to impeach Lai Junshin. This undoubtedly stirred up the excitement of all the civil and military officials in the court. Only accusing Lai Junshin? No one was optimistic about Jilvzong. When some officials who had a good impression of him looked at him, their faces were already full of pity, as if they could already see this old Ji's tragic future. Wu Zetian had always known that Jilvzong was honest and prudent. He would not impeach an official easily. Once he did, he would definitely have solid evidence. The group of people from the imperial censorate in the southern border was to make the court pay more attention to their role. Wu Zetian was already well aware of this. As for Lai Junshin's fondness for good women, she had also heard Wulong and Wulong joke about it when she was in the inner palace. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the crimes that Jilvzong impeached were all true. Wu Zetian did not have many subordinates that she could use now. She really did not want to make an example out of this obedient watchdog. For a moment, she could not help but hesitate, not knowing if she should accept this case. If she did not accept it, Jilvzong even put on a posture of retiring and returning to his hometown. Such an obvious shielding, wouldn't it be like a good ruler accepting admonition, and let the officials laugh at her for being unfair? Following this, if Jilvzong took out solid evidence on the spot, then should Lai Junshin punish him or not? When Lai Junshin heard that someone was impeaching him, he could only follow the rules and remove his hat and hat. He stood at the front of the civil class and listened with his head lowered. He gritted his teeth inwardly, secretly thinking about how to retaliate. Wu Qingxi saw the Empress's hesitant expression and was secretly apprehensive. Instantly, he could not keep his composure. He had originally planned to let others take the lead first and observe the situation for a while before deciding whether to advance or retreat. Now that he was anxious to find out his aunt's attitude towards Lai Junshin, he could not care about that. He immediately sent a look to Zhang Jiafu of the Phoenix Pavilion. When Zhang Jiafu saw that his master had given the signal, he went out and reported, "Your Majesty, there have long been discussions in the court that Lai Junshin has used torture and harsh laws to falsely accuse others of crimes, causing all the civil and military officials of the court to be afraid and not dare to speak out. Today, the Imperial Censorate has impeached Lai Junshin, and I hope that Your Majesty will obey the will of the people and investigate this case strictly. Whether he is guilty or innocent, only after the investigation can the people of the world see justice." "I second the motion." As soon as Zhang Jiafu finished speaking, Zhao Gan of the Heavenly Official Office, Cui Shi, and many other officials immediately came out to echo his words. Wu Zetian was helpless and could only order, "Lai Junshin is to close the door and listen. As for the case of Ji Ilzong's impeachment of Lai Junshin, order the Qiuguan Yamen to conduct an investigation and trial. Subject Ji can hand over all the witnesses and material evidence to the Qiuguan Yamen, and do not mention the matter of retiring and returning to his hometown again. So Ji Ilzong is one of the Crown Prince's people. This old man has really hidden himself well. If not for this, we would not have discovered it." On the way back to the city, Yang Fan played with the two children as he said to Ren Wei, "This fire has already been lit, and all sides will do their best. We need to take this opportunity to find out who belongs to which side and record all of them, and from now on, strictly monitor them." Ren Wei agreed and quickly passed on Yang Fan's orders. Ever since the Ministry of Justice took over the investigation of Lai Junshin, Crown Prince Li Dan's people, Prince Wu Qingxi's people, Princess Taiping's people, and even Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's people all joined in, denouncing and impeaching Lai Junshin. Lai Junshin's crimes were too numerous to list, and now that they wanted to punish him, the crimes were naturally at their fingertips. As usual, Lai Junshin was only to close the door and listen, but as his crimes continued to increase, Wu Zetian could no longer protect him, and could only order for him to be arrested and thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison. As a result, the number of people impeaching Lai Junshin increased by the day. Only 2 days later, Wei Suizhong, under Wu Sanxi's instructions, came out to testify that Lai Junshin had once bragged about being Shi Lu after drinking. Shi Lu was the emperor of later Zhao. At first, he was just a slave, but later, he became a general, and then from a general, he became the emperor. Lai Junshin was originally a ruffian, but now that he was a high-ranking official, he called himself Shi Lu. Wasn't this the same as plotting to become the emperor? The pitiful Lai Junshin did not know who Shi Lu was. He did not even know this person, much less Shi Li's life. But as a result, Lai Junshin's crimes increased layer by layer, and finally, he was about to die. However, Wu Zetian still did not have any thoughts of executing Lai Junshin. This was because Lai Junshin had offended too many people, and because he had offended too many people, Wu Zetian believed that many of the impeachments were due to personal grudges. And because Lai Junshin had offended too many people, she believed that Lai Junshin could only rely on himself. As for plotting a rebellion, Wu Zetian could only laugh it off. It was possible for anyone to plot a rebellion, but if someone like Lai Junshin plotted a rebellion, who in this world would follow him? The crime of plotting a rebellion had always been the most effective way to use Wu Zetian to get rid of political enemies, and it had worked time and time again. However, not even this crime could do anything to Lai Junshin, and the one who had reported him was Lai Junshin's former confidant. Even so, Wu Zetian refused to believe that Lai Junshin had really become an unkillable cockroach. Wu Qingxi became even more afraid when he saw the emperor's indifferent reaction. There are so many crimes, yet the emperor doesn't even want to kill Lai Junshin. Could it be that the emperor really wants to use him to get rid of this king and all those who stand in the way of King Liang's ascension to the throne? Jiafu, what should this king do now? In Yang Fan's study, Yang Fan was also asking his confidant about this matter. Ren Wei, what does the Sky Observation Division think about this matter? Ren Wei said, the people of the Sky Observation Division have carefully studied the people the Empress had eliminated over the years. They discovered that there are only 4 types of people the Empress wants to kill the most. The first type are those who have a grudge against the Empress, and these people were all killed before the Empress ascended to the throne. The second type are those who are disobedient. Lai Junchen is clearly not one of them. The third type are those who pose a threat to the throne. Yang Fan continued, Lai Junchen clearly does not pose any threat to the throne. Wu Chengxi's incitement to Wei Suizhong to put this crime on Lai Junchen is simply overreaching himself. Ren Wei said, understood. The fourth type are those who have completely lost their value. If they are left alive, they will instead affect the Empress's authority. Yang Fan muttered to himself for a moment, then said, clearly, this is the only way to get rid of Lai Junchen. Have we already figured out the identities of those officials who have always been hidden, but who actually belong to the second Zhang clan, the Wu clan, and Princess Taiping? Understood. Yang Fan smiled and said, good. Then let's start now and turn Lai Junchen into a street rat. Chapter 7:12. The sky was a vast expanse of blue. The gentle breeze carried the intoxicating scent of spring, gently brushing past the red flowers and green willows, the green hills and clear waters, the palaces and pavilions, and the streets and alleys. The criticism and impeachment of Lai Junchen from both the court and the commoners grew stronger and stronger, like the Luo River after a series of spring rains that began to show signs of ferocity. The impeachment of Lai Junchen, regardless of whether the participants were deliberate or hot-headed, as long as they had already participated, there was no turning back. If Lai Junchen did not die this time, they would have to prepare their own coffins in advance. At this time there was no retreat, and the people in the court who had long feared and hated Lai Junchen were constantly adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps they did not have the ability or the courage to directly express their hatred for Lai Junchen to the emperor, but they could vent their anger at the wine tables, in the brothels, and in the marketplace. And this would eventually reach the emperor's ears. Beautiful spring terrace, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi found many young and handsome boys for Wu Zetian, filling her harem. However, Wu Zetian mostly only tasted these handsome boys. Her favorite ones were still the 2 boys with the surname Zhang. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi accompanied Wu Zetian as they strolled among the flowers. In the midst of the butterflies and orioles, Zhang Yizhi also whispered to Wu Zetian in a voice as gentle as an oriole, "This Lai Junchen has already provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. His Majesty remembers his past contributions and cherishes him very much, but his various perverse actions have tarnished his Majesty's illustrious name." Displeased, Wu Zetian furrowed her brows and said, "We are a little tired, let's go back." In Wuqing Hall, Wu Zetian summoned a group of prime ministers to discuss which generals to send out to fight against the Khitans. The newly promoted prime minister, Wang Jishan, forcibly shifted the topic to Lai Junchen and solemnly remonstrated, "Lai Junchen is vicious and greedy, the root of the country's evil. If this person does not go, the court will definitely be shaken." Wu Zetian flicked her sleeves and left. Whether she wanted to kill or protect someone, she had to make the decision herself. She did not want to give the prime ministers a feeling of indecisiveness. Chen Dong was in charge of Lai Junchen's trial in the Ministry of Justice. Outside, there were constant complaints every day, and inside, there were revelations from Wei Suizhong, Lai Junchen's trusted aide, who had always been by his side. Chen Dong uncovered more and more information about the wrongful cases that Lai Junchen had created, as well as his abuse of power for personal gain. When these developments were reported to the emperor, Wu Zetian was furious. Qian Chaojun, the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments and the current minister of Works, had been instructed by Lai Junqian to appoint more than 100 of Lai Junqian's henchmen to the posts of patrol inspector, county lieutenant, and judge in various prefectures and counties. With so many of Lai Junqian's henchmen in charge of the local judicial departments, it was convenient for him to frame officials, fabricate evidence, and fabricate charges. The reason why Lai Junqian was able to accuse others in front of Wu Zetian was because of his seemingly detailed and real evidence. Wu Zetian was unable to restrain her anger. She immediately summoned Minister Qian to the palace and interrogated him face to face. Qian Chaojun knew that it was inevitable, so he simply hardened his heart and answered straightforwardly, "I have failed your majesty, and deserve to die. However, I have violated the laws of the country, and the crime only belongs to me." When Lai Junqian was in power, he covered the sky with one hand. Those who submitted to him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. If I offended him, I would definitely face the calamity of extermination. I would rather be exterminated than exterminate my entire clan. After hearing this, Wu Zetian was silent. After a long time, she stood up in disappointment and frustration and slowly walked back to the inner palace. She actually did not pursue Qian Chaojuan's responsibility. When the news spread, whether it was the Zhang faction, the Wei faction, the Crown Prince faction, or the Princess faction, they were all excited. They knew that under the overwhelming suppression, the Empress finally had the thought of abandoning Lai Junqian. In the Liang Palace there was a joyous song and dance. Zhuobuke Zhang She improvised a poem, "The Liang Palace is good, the Morning Phoenix building is connected. Bamboo paths, Luo Qianwei, the lawn banquet falls to 2 palaces. Under the fragrant tree, the graceful dance of the falling flowers. I feel that the banquet is pleasing to the ears, and even the wind of a great country." The entire hall was filled with cheers. Wu Sanxi also listened with pride and was very pleased. Wu Sanxi bestowed a cup of fine wine to Zhang Shuo and praised him with a smile. He then said in a low voice to the Minister of Glories, Song Zhishuan, who was standing in front of him, "I don't know why, but recently Wei Wang has spared no effort in attacking Lai Junqian. Wei Wang is Gu's greatest opponent in seizing the throne. His friend is my enemy, and his enemy is my friend. Gu wants to lend a helping hand to Lai Junqian. What do you think?" Song Zhishuan immediately said with a serious expression, "Absolutely not. This matter does not only concern Wei Wang. Once His Majesty reaches out, he will become the enemy of the whole world. In my opinion, we can either watch from the side and not say anything, or if we want to help, we can only hit him when he is down. We cannot go against the general trend of the world." Wu Sanxi stroked his beard and pondered for a while before slowly nodding his head. The entire situation was very disadvantageous to Lai Junqian. Being detained in the Ministry of Justice's prison, Lai Junqian's supervision was not very strict. Perhaps the prison guards were afraid of his ruthlessness and were afraid that if he did not die this time, they would suffer greatly when he was released from prison. Therefore, they did not treat him harshly. Every day, the Lai residence's family sent food to Lai Junqian. They could even enter the prison and personally deliver it to Lai Junqian. Under these circumstances, it was easy for Lai Junqian to send some information to the outside world. But Lai Junqian racked his brains and could not find a single person he could entrust this task to. He had long walked this road to a dead end. Those who feared that Lai Junqian would not die were not only the Zhang faction, the Wei faction, the Crown Prince faction, the Princess faction, and the faction of the Prince of Luling that did not have a leader but saw an opportunity to strike. There was also the Grand Scholar Ji Su. Ji Su had secretly reported the news of Lu Sili and Lu Sili's rebellion to Lai Junqian. Lai Junqian had taken all the credit and attempted to eradicate Ji Su as a traitor. As a result, Ji Su hated Lai Junqian to the bone. When a wave of crusade against Lai Junshin rose in court, Ji-Su had been closely watching the development of the situation, but he did not interfere. It was not that he was afraid of Lai Junshin. Although he was afraid, ever since he had seen the emperor as the first person to accuse Lu Sili and Lu Sili of rebellion, he and Lai Junshin no longer had any leeway. The reason he did not stand out was because he felt that his words carried little weight and that he would not be of much use in this matter. But the Empress was still unwilling to make the decision to punish Lai Junshin. Ji-Su was somewhat unable to restrain himself. He knew that this was the best chance to deal with Lai Junshin. If he missed this chance, he would never be able to overthrow Lai Junshin. Even if he had the Empress's protection and would not be harmed by Lai Junshin, he would never have the chance to stand out and could only continue to be an idle official. Thus, on this morning, during the morning court, Ji-Su decided to take a risk. He was the Grand Scholar, in charge of guiding the palanquin, writing the 5 ceremonial notes, monitoring the ceremonial objects, and deciding on matters such as the conferment of the nobles and ministers. Every morning court of the emperor, when the imperial carriage came out of the rear palace, it had to be led into the hall by the Grand Scholar. On this day, he was on duty. The Wanxiang Divine Palace had been burned and was now being rebuilt. The emperor's court was temporarily changed to the Hall of Proclamation. Early in the morning, Ji-Su was waiting in front of the Hall of Proclamation. When the emperor's imperial carriage came from afar, Ji-Su, who was supposed to be leading at the front, suddenly charged into the guard of honor, went straight to the front, and grabbed the handrail of Wu Zetian's carriage. The imperial guards were shocked and immediately went forward to arrest him. Wu Zetian frowned and waved the guards away. She said sternly to Ji-Su, "Subject Ji, why are you obstructing the imperial carriage? Are you not afraid that we will punish you?" Ji-Su sternly said in a loud voice. Subject broke up the guard of honor and obstructed the imperial carriage. Subject is guilty and is willing to be punished by your majesty to uphold the country's law. Lai Junshin's crimes are monstrous and the people are angry. Evidence of his crimes can be found everywhere. The court and the public have long been calling for him to be punished. Subject asks your majesty, why are you still not punishing him? All the civil and military officials were waiting in front of the hall to enter. Seeing this scene, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Many people were secretly impressed by Ji-Su's courage. Wu Zetian was somewhat embarrassed and answered unhappily, Lai Junshin has done meritorious service for the country, that is why we are hesitating. Ji-Su loudly said, Lai Junshin has done meritorious service for the country, your majesty has also given him corresponding rewards. Lai Junshin was originally a commoner in Chang'an. How could he become the deputy prime minister of the imperial censor and the governor of the capital? Isn't it because your majesty has rewarded him for his meritorious service? Today, Lai Junshin has gathered lawless people and framed the good. His bribes are as high as mountains and the wronged souls are blocking the way. He has already become a traitor to the country. Your majesty, please be fair in your punishment and reward to uphold the country's law. Having said that, Ji-Su took 3 steps back, lifted his robe and knelt down to pay his respects. Standing at the head of the civil and military officials, Wu Qingxi and the others saw this opportunity and immediately knelt down. They said in unison, Your Majesty, please be fair in your punishment and reward to uphold the country's law. As soon as these people knelt down, more than half of the officials knelt down. The remaining people stood there like cranes in a flock of chickens. Looking left and right, they hurriedly knelt down as well. Wu Zetian sat steadily on the imperial carriage, her face expressionless. After a long silence, Wu Zetian slowly opened her mouth and said, My beloved subject is right. This matter has been dragged on for long enough. The Qiuguan Yamen and Supreme Court, please discuss the punishment as soon as possible. Wu Qingxi was overjoyed and took the lead to shout, Our Majesty is wise, long live your Majesty. Ji-Su secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that his clothes were already soaked in sweat. In the Yang residence, Tang's supervisor Yang, who had been suspended from his duties but not his salary, was extremely bored. He had seen all the sceneries in and out of the city. One day, he had just discussed with his two lovely wives about going to Mount Laojun and building a garden there to escape the heat every summer when Gu Zhuting returned. Since young Master Jiang's death, Gu Zhuting did not need to continue hiding her identity because she and Yang Fan shared a secret. Yang Fan was not at all worried that she would betray him. Now Gu Zhuting was Yang Fan's #1 confidant. She was in charge of the communication between him and the GC Hall. Yang Fan took her back to the study and listened to her report about the GC Hall. He nodded and smiled. They've done a good job, especially the scheme that the Sky Observation Division set up against Lai Junshin. Not only did they deal with Lai Junshin, they also found out some of the hidden forces in various aspects, instigated deeper suspicion between the two parties, and expanded our living space. Gu Zhuting smiled. When I came back, the elders of the Heaven Observation Division specially asked me to bring back a message. They said that they are deeply honored to be able to serve the sovereign. When young Master Jiang was still alive, the Heaven Observation Division was just a decoration. The headstrong young Master Jiang had always been dismissive of the things designed by the old men of the Heaven Observation Division. Now that Yang Fan thought so highly of them and often adopted their suggestions, these old men felt like they had met a bosom friend. At this moment, someone suddenly said outside the door, "Ah Lang, Ren Wei requests an audience." Yang Fan waved his hand and Gu Zhuting immediately hid behind the screen. Yang Fan said, "Come in." Ren Wei rushed in and said, "Sovereign, the Emperor has issued an edict in today's court meeting. He ordered the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to discuss Lai Junshin's crime." "Good." Yang Fan clapped his hands and laughed. Before he finished laughing, he suddenly saw a strange expression on Ren Wei's face. He could not help but ask, "Is there anything else?" Ren Wei hurriedly said, "Sovereign is wise." Yang Fan rolled his eyes and said, "If there is something, just say it." Ren Wei took a deep breath and said quickly, "The Imperial Court is about to attack Khitan. The Emperor has named 28 generals. Sovereign, you are also among them." Chapter 713. Black military uniforms and black military flags, like a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, rolled to the north and killed the Khitans. The soldiers wore battle jackets and leather helmet. At least half of the soldiers were equipped with cowhide armor. The whole team was made up of spears, swords and shields, and archers. They were equipped with all kinds of long and short ordnance, and their offensive and defensive strength could not be underestimated. On the hillside, Xiao Man and Anu stood in front, and the wet nurse stood behind with the young master and the young lady in her arms. She covered her eyes with her hands and looked at the army in the distance, not knowing where their husbands were. Ren Wei stood next to her, and his face was twisted like a steamed bun. If it was up to him, the suzerain should have resigned as soon as he completed the task of selecting officials in the southern border. As the suzerain of the succession hall, he should be in the dark and secretly guide the general trend of the world. Now, with the Emperor's order, their sect leader had no choice but to go to the front lines. Because he was in the army, the succession hall had no way to intervene in such a short time. It was also impossible to sneak a few guards into his side. Ren Wei could only comfort himself. If there is a war in the thousands of troops, even 100 guards won't be able to help. Besides, it's just a small Khitan. The 160,000 troops of the Imperial Court will definitely succeed. As a general, the suzerain won't have to go there personally, so there shouldn't be any danger. Anu looked at the endless army, bit her thin lower lip, and suddenly said to Xiao Man, "Xiao Man, I want to go with the army. Maybe I will have a chance to take care of Langjun." "How can you do that?" Xiao Man looked at Anu in surprise. Anu, you have never been in the army, so you don't know the strict military discipline. You are not in the army, so you can't sneak in. With Longjuan's current military position, he is not qualified to have his own private army. There are more than 100,000 people in the army. Once the war starts in Liaodong, you won't even know where he is. Anu said worriedly, I know this, but I feel more at ease to follow him all the way. I am good at disguise and stealth. If there is a chance, I may be able to go to his side. One more person can always take care of him. You have to take care of the child so you can't be distracted. Let me go. Xiao Man thought about it and shook her head hard. Her experience was different from Anu's, and her current identity was also different. It was very difficult for her to agree to Anu's request. She had lived in the army for a long time. Although she was just an inner guard and had never fought in a war, she was clear about the rules and discipline of the army. In her opinion, Anu's idea was extremely absurd. Moreover, when Yang Fan left, he left the whole family to her. If she promised Anu to go with Yang Fan, if something happened to Anu, how could she explain to Yang Fan? Anu was obviously not on a whim. Seeing that she refused to agree, she hurriedly gave Gu Zhuting a look. Gu Zhuting then came up and helped Anu to persuade. From the looks of it, Anu and Gu Zhuting had already discussed this with each other. On the hillside, the two of them began to train Xiao Man. Wu Zetian's timely punishment of Lai Junqian allowed the civil and military officials of the court to turn their attention back to quelling the rebellion in Liaodong. After a period of preparation, the army could finally set off. When she was naming the generals, Wu Zetian suddenly thought of her daughter Taiping's request, so she issued an edict and transferred him back to the army. At this time, Yang Fan was leading his troops to advance with the main army. Yang Fan had been appointed as the captain of the 1st Regiment. His troops were formed from elite soldiers drawn from the various prefectures of subjugation. Although they were called elite soldiers, they were just large soldiers pulled from a file. The prefectural military system was already gradually collapsing, and the court had gradually begun to implement a recruitment system. General Chao Renshur of the Left Eagle Guard, General Zhang Xuanyu of the Right Golden Guard, and the newly appointed Vice Minister of Agriculture, Ma Renjia, led the Imperial Guards and the recruitment army. They were the elite troops and served as the vanguard, and the troops Yang Fan was in were mostly formed from prefectural soldiers. As a reserve force, they were the rear troops, led by the Chief of Marches, Yan Bengshi, and General of the Left Guard, Li Duozhua. Although Yang Fan's troops were formed from soldiers drawn from the prefectural armies, the entire structure of the troops was complete. There were other commanders, senior censors, 6 captains, and adjunct officers. Along the way, Yang Fan and a few of his subordinates had become familiar with each other. At this time, they were chatting and laughing as they hurried along. Senior Censor Shi Rui said, "A small chiton actually required so many famous generals and such a large army. Isn't the court making a mountain out of a molehill? Using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken?" Senior Censor Yun Gufan advised, "Censor Shi Rui must not be careless. I heard that the chiton soldiers are brave and skilled in battle. They took down the Yingzhou prefectural governor Zhao Wenren in one attack, then took down Chongzhou and captured Tang Longshan's deputy envoy, Su Qingji. They are not so easy to deal with." Senior Censor Tang Tao disapprovingly said, "Senior Censor Yun, don't boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. The chiton people are invincible because the border armies are incompetent. In our dynasty's border armies, other than the Longyu army who is skilled in battle, the other border armies are unable to withstand a single blow. Normally, they can maintain law and order in the border areas and arrest the smugglers. But to fight? They are far inferior." Senior Censor Shi Rui and 6 captains immediately echoed. The Tang dynasty's border army system adopted a hereditary military household system. This was similar to the Ming dynasty's Wei Suo troop. The first generation were all soldiers who were skilled in battle. They settled in the area and established military households. The court exempted them from taxes and corvée labor. However, as a price, each family had to produce soldiers to fill in the gaps of the previous generation's border army. This kind of army degenerated after a few generations. For example, in the western region there were annual wars. The border army's fighting strength was still very impressive. Since the founding of the Liaodong region, there were very few major wars. Many border army soldiers had never fought a war since they received the weapons passed down from their fathers. In addition, the hereditary generals of the border army were not paid. The soldiers were not enough. Some families' fathers doted on their children and grandchildren, so they were not willing to hand over their duties. As a result, the soldiers were aging and there were all kinds of problems. As a result, basically they did not have much fighting strength. For this reason, among the various military systems of the imperial court, it was the prefectural army that looked down on the border army, the conscripted army looked down on the prefectural army, and the imperial army looked down on the conscripted army. Listening to his subordinates' discussion, Yang Fan said, "It is true that the Khitan people's armors are incomplete and their weapons are broken. But they live in bitter cold, nomadic herding and hunting for a living. Therefore, they are naturally skilled in riding and archery, valiant and aggressive. Now that they have assembled into an army, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. You must know that arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated. Be careful." Yang Fan was a commanding general, with the rank of captain. It was not good for the generals to refute his opinion. Thereupon, one after another, they agreed. Shi Rui laughed and said, "This lowly general heard that when Captain Yang was at Longyu in the past, you once led 5,000 border troops at Mingwei garrison to safely withdraw from Flying Fox Pass under the pursuit of 100,000 Turkic troops. The casualties were less than 1/3. You also assisted Great General Liu in outsmarting the Turkic troop. Captain is so proficient in military affairs. We are fortunate to be under Captain Yang's command. This time we are going to Liaodong. We will definitely be able to render meritorious service." Yang Fan knew his own situation very well. How could he dare to consider himself a general who was proficient in the art of war? Hastily he waved his hand and modestly said, "That is just a rumor, it cannot be taken seriously. It is true that the Turks had 100,000 troops, but at that time they broke through Flying Fox Pass. Less than 20,000 troops entered the pass. While we were retreating, we took advantage of the terrain, so we calmly withdrew to Mingwei garrison. Right now there are many battle-hardened generals commanding the entire army, mobilizing the troops and dispatching the generals. Our battalion's duty is only to follow the great general's command, to issue clear orders, to strictly enforce military discipline, and to fight the enemy bravely. Speaking of rendering meritorious service, based on our imperial court's military power, as long as you and I work together, it will not be difficult." All the generals were very optimistic and agreed in unison. At this moment, Chief Marshal Yun Gufan suddenly pointed his finger and said cheerfully, "Look, Chief Steward Yen is here." Yang Fan and the others looked back and saw the commander's flag fluttering in the wind, with a large Yen character written on it, as if a new wave had suddenly surged into the midst of the advancing army, splitting the waves and rolling over. The advancing official army soldiers quickly moved to the sides of the post road, making way for them. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly moved his horse to the side of the road and stood solemnly with his subordinates, respectfully sending off Chief Steward Yan's troops. This was a true elite army. The military flag fluttered like fire. There were a total of 800 armored cavalrymen riding on tall and sturdy horses. Their armor was bright, their saddles were neat, and their swords and shields hung from their shoulders. They held long lacquered spears with red tassels. The silver steel tip of the spear flickered with a cold light, looking very mighty and majestic. Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and the others looked enviously at Chief Steward Yan's personal army. They were uniformly dressed in iron armor with a half-arm battle robe on the outside. There were war bows on their shoulders, short knives at their waists, and cowhide quivers. A black lacquered cowhide cavalry shield hung from the side of their saddles, painted with the image of a ferocious beast. A long red tassel spear with blood grooves flashed with a sinister light. On the other hand, Yang Fan's official army could not be compared at all. The horses they led were of different heights, and some were fat and some were thin. On the backs of the horses hung their own food bags, cooking utensils, felt clothes, and sleeping bags. The swords, bows, and arrows, as well as their armor, were of a mess. Some of them did not wear leather armor at all. Although some of them wore half-body armor, their leather armor had not been oiled for a long time. The paint had worn off, the leather armor was cracked, and the shoulder was even cracked. The awe-inspiring personal army walked over, and the Iron Man appeared shining with golden light. A full set of brand-new radiant armor covered Chief Steward Yen from head to toe, making him look like a shining golden-armored deity under the sunlight. The copper scale-like cheek protector and neck protector also covered his face. Only a hawk-like nose and a pair of sharp and majestic eyes could be seen. He walked straight past Yang Fan, but Yang Fan did not see his appearance. He only remembered the hawk-like nose. Many of the new official army soldiers were full of admiration and envy. Some veterans who had fought in wars were leading his old horse, but they spat disdainfully, "Tui! Your new recruits who have never fought in a war. What are you so proud of? Liaodong is still far away. All of you look mighty in heavy armor, but it won't be long before you're tired." Yang Fan's ears were sharp enough to hear the veterans' disdainful curses. He could not help but blush because he was also admiring them in his heart. Just now, he was like the other admiring soldiers, shocked by the majesty of this army. Now that he heard the veterans' words, he realized that Chief Steward Yen did not seem to know much about military affairs. However, when Yang Fan rode to the side of the road and looked at the endless army, he could not see the end of it. It was vast and boundless, and he could not help but feel confident. Perhaps Chief Steward Yen was as ignorant of the art of war as he was. However, the army also had General Chao Rensher of the Left Eagle Guard, General Zhang Xuanyu of the Right Golden Guard, and General Li Duozhua of the Left Mighty Guard. They were all experienced generals who were good at fighting and had been on the battlefield for a long time. With such a mighty army, the rebellion could not be quelled overnight. Therefore, this trip to Liaodong was just a long trip for him. Chapter 7:14. A winding river quietly flowed into the distance. By the riverside, some people were washing their horses while others were bathing naked in the waist-deep river. Occasionally, they would splash up the water to tease their companions and let out hearty laughter. By the riverside were weeping willows. Their slender branches spread out patches of green like a lake. Many horses, cows, and sheep could be seen in the forest. Many people were also going in and out of the forest. Suddenly, a rider galloped over from afar, kicking up a trail of dust on the fine white sand. Some people by the riverside put up their sunglasses and looked in the direction of the winged rider. They quickly relaxed their vigilance and continued with their own business. There was only one rider, and he wore the same clothes as them. Clearly, he was not a soldier of the great Zhou imperial court. That person quickly came to the side of the green willow thicket and nimbly jumped off the warhorse. He tore the worn-out sheepskin mattress from the horse's back and threw it on the ground. There was no saddle on the horse's back. After pulling off the sheepskin mattress, only the horse's back was left. That person patted the horse's neck and let it search for fresh weeds on its own while he quickly walked into the willow forest. Supreme Khan, Grand Marshal, the imperial court has sent troops. The burly man who had just run into the willow forest found their commander. In the middle of the willow forest, there were a few sheepskin mattresses spread out. Several burly men were sitting cross-legged on the mattresses and talking about something. When they heard his voice, they all stood up. An old man with long, thin cheeks, a grizzled beard on his chin, and a large, grizzled braid on his head. It was almost summer, and he was wearing a sheepskin coat. The sheepskin coat was very shabby, and the wool was half gone. It looked like the skin of a leech dog. This person was the military governor of the Pine Desert Military Office and the leader of the Khitan Great He Tribal Alliance, Li Jinzhong. Now, he had rebelled and proclaimed himself the Supreme Khan. Beside him stood an old man who was about the same age as him. He was also around 60 years old. This person was slightly taller than Li Jinzhong and had a square face. His hair and beard were all white, but his thick eyebrows were still black. His messy eyebrows gave off a fierce aura. This person was Sun Wanrong, who had been appointed as Grand Marshal by Li Jinzhong. The burly men at the side were the leaders of the various Khitan tribes that had attached themselves to them. Li Jinzhong untied the water pouch at his waist and threw it to the scout. He said calmly, "No hurry, drink some water first." The scout caught Li Jinzhong's water pouch and gulped down a mouthful of water. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Khan, Tang has dispatched 160,000 troops. The left Eagle Guard's Great General Chao Rinshi, the right Jinwu Guard's Great General Zhang Xuanyu, and the Minister of Agriculture's Shaoqing Marenjie will be the first line of defense. They will lead the Imperial Guards and recruited troops, a total of 100,000 troops to advance." In addition, Yan Bengshi was appointed as the chief of the marching army, while the Left Guard Great General Li Duozhua was appointed as the deputy commander, leading the elite prefectural army and the supply troops as the second army. The distance between the two armies was about 2 days. I also heard that their empress intends to appoint Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang as the Yuguan Road Pacification Ambassador, and Yao Qi of Naiyan as the deputy envoy, to lead the Third Army in support. It's just that the Third Army hasn't set off yet, so we don't know how many people they're planning to send. When the chiefs heard that the imperial court was going to send 3 generals, and that the first one to arrive was 160,000 people, they couldn't help but panic. Many of them looked timid. Li Jinzhong saw their reactions, but he was not moved at all. He only smiled faintly and said mockingly, "The imperial court really thinks highly of us? We have no more than 70,000 people, we lack clothes and armor, our weapons are not complete, yet the imperial court is actually sending so many soldiers and horses." He suddenly turned around and looked at the chiefs, saying loudly, "Tang people don't treat us Khitan people as human beings, they treat us worse than their own livestock. Last winter, when we were hit by a famine, what did Zhao Wenren do? Not only did he not give us a grain of rice, he even took the opportunity to force us to sell our children. Our beautiful women, who are as pretty as flowers, were raped and humiliated by them, forced to work like cattle and horses. Our cattle and sheep were traded by them at a low price. It was not easy for us to survive the winter, but this spring we don't even have enough cattle and sheep to graze. What should we do? This autumn we will continue to be exploited by them, until our bone marrow is squeezed dry." Li Jinzhong's words reminded the tribal chiefs of all kinds of bullying and oppression they had suffered. Each and every one of them was filled with anger, their chests rose and fell, their breathing quickened, their faces turned red. Li Jinzhong waved his hand and said, "We Khitan people have submitted to the Tang dynasty, but the Tang people have never treated us as their own people, they don't even treat us as human beings. Other than bullying and humiliation, there is more bullying and humiliation. In front of their border generals, even the chiefs of the various tribes can only lead the horses and fall off the stirrups, they can only serve as slaves and maids. We have endured again and again, endured until our tribes are about to be exterminated, we have no way to live. How can we continue to endure?" Sun Wanrong said, "Khan is right. If we continue to endure, we will die. If we continue to fight, perhaps we still have a way to live. At the very least, we must let the imperial court know that even if they treat us like livestock, they must give us something to eat. When a rabbit is anxious, it will bite. We don't want to be those sheep and horses that meekly accept adversity, we want to be wolves on the prairie. Li Jinzhong loudly said, "The imperial court is sending an army, are you afraid?" "Yes. I am also afraid, but what's the use of being afraid? If we don't rebel, we will still die. When we started the war, we knew in our hearts how powerful the imperial court is. It is not surprising that they sent 160,000 soldiers. Even if it was 1,000,000 soldiers, the imperial court can still send them. We only have this one life, it is like using a chicken to hit a rock, but at least we have fought. Our women, our children, our descendants, they will not stab us in the back." The furious chief and the surrounding tribesmen roared, "Khan is right. If we fight, we will die, if we don't fight, we will also die. We Khitan men would rather die standing than be cowardly and cowardly slaves." Li Jinzhong nodded his head in satisfaction and relaxed his expression. He laughed in a clear voice and said, "Speaking of death, of course we must have the belief that we will die, but if we really fight, we may not necessarily lose. Didn't we conquer Yingzhou? Didn't we also conquer Chongzhou? A few days ago, when we attacked Danzhou, near today's Beijing, the deputy chief of Qingbian Road, Zhang Jiujie, used the thick city walls to repel us. But it was only a repel. Does he dare to send a single soldier to chase after us? They sent an army of 160,000. Whether it's 160,000 wolves or 160,000 sheep, we'll only know after we fight. Whoever wants to be a coward, I, Li Jinzhong, won't stop you. You can leave now." The chief said angrily, "Khan, just give the order. We Khitan people do not have cowards who are afraid of death." Sun Wanrong called the scout over and said, "Come, tell the chiefs the details of the Tang army, we will discuss a countermeasure." It was easy to find out the movements of the Tang army. But the Khitan people were different, they were nomadic tribes, they were originally wandering, divided and united, they were good at sealing themselves off from the outside world. In addition, the Han people at the borders generally saw them as inferior, they rarely interacted with them, so their understanding of them was limited. The scout explained in detail what he knew about the Tang army and said, "Khan, Marshal, the Empress of the Tang even gave the order to change Khan's name to Li Jinmi, and Marshal Sun's name to Sun Wanzhong." Sun Wanrong sneered and said to the chiefs, "I was a hostage when I was young, I lived in Chang'an and Luoyang for a long time, so I know this woman very well. This woman has 3 hobbies: killing, changing her era name, and changing the surname of others. After Empress Wang was killed by her, the Wang family changed their surname to Mang. After consort Xiao died, the Xiao family changed their surname to Xiao. King Yu, Li Zhen, rebelled against her, and the Li family was changed to Xiao. This woman poisoned her own sister and niece to death and framed her 4 cousins. After killing the 4 cousins, she changed their surname to Wei. Look, how is this different from those women who have a grudge against others, gritting their teeth and cursing others at home? Is this the Tang Emperor or a witch? Ha ha! The chiefs roared with laughter, and Li Jinzhong said with a smile, all right, let her say what she wants. Whether I, Li Jinzhong, am destroyed or not is not up to her cursing. Whether Sun Wanrong is Sun Wanzhan or not, it depends on whether they can win the war. Let's discuss how to fight this war." The Khitan chief Luo Wuzhen suggested, "The Tang army has the advantage, why don't we avoid them, retreat into the grasslands, and lead them by the nose? They have 160,000 troops, and the supply is a big problem. As long as we delay them for a few months, and find an opportunity to cut off their food supply, they will collapse without a fight." Li Jinzhong shook his head and said, "After the famine last winter, and being extorted by those damn border generals, our cattle and sheep are not enough to ensure the survival of our people. The food we robbed is not enough for us to eat until winter. If the Tang army arrives, they will be stationed at the important cities, and refuse to follow us around the grasslands. We only need to endure until winter, and we have nothing to eat, and we can't take down their cities. At that time, we will freeze to death even without the Tang army killing us." Another chitin chief, He Xiao, pondered for a moment, and used a willow branch to draw the terrain on the ground, and said, "If that's the case, why don't we gather our troops and stop them at the Yellow Deer Valley? The Yellow Deer Valley is narrow, and we can't deploy our troop. As long as we can guard the valley entrance, they won't be able to come over." Luo Wanjin retorted, "What's the use of that? The Tang have 160,000 troops. If we guard the Yellow Deer Valley, even if they can't come over, we will be dragged to death there. There are still Tang troops in Danzhou, Zhuo County, and other places. If they know that reinforcements have arrived, they will gather their troops and attack us from behind. We will be attacked from all sides, and trapped in the Yellow Deer Valley, unable to escape even if we want to." He Xiao thought about it, and could not help but feel discouraged. He threw down the willow branch and said, "We can't avoid them, and we can't stop them either. What should we do?" Sun Wanrong stroked his beard, frowned and pondered for a while, and suddenly said, "Xiao's idea. I think it's not impossible, but we need to be flexible." Li Jinzhong knew that Sun Wanrong was full of schemes, and hurriedly asked, "What good idea do you have?" Sun Wanrong said, "The Tang have always been arrogant, and do not take us seriously. This is called arrogant soldiers. My idea is to take advantage of their disdain for us. If we use it well, we may be able to take down all the Tang troops along the way. But if we fail, the troops as bait will not return. So, I need a group of soldiers who are willing to die." Sun Wanrong's gaze swept across the leaders and said coldly, "Who is willing to take on this responsibility?" Chapter 7:15. The Great Zhou's first army of 100,000 soldiers marched majestically on the road. Beside the road, in a temporary military tent, the general of the left Eagle Guard, Chao Renshi, the general of the right Golden Guard, Zhang Xuanyu, the junior minister of agriculture, Ma Renjie, and a few other generals were discussing the military situation in front of a map on the table. Chao Renshi said, "We have just received intelligence that after the Khitan rebel army failed to attack Huan Prefecture, they fled east and attacked Ping Prefecture. There are not many soldiers in Ping Prefecture, so they did not dare to go out of the city to fight, so they defended the city to the death. The Khitans don't have enough siege equipment, so their attack on Pingzhou has been blocked. Now they are moving toward Lulong." The junior minister of agriculture, Ma Renjie, did not know much about military affairs. He was mainly in charge of logistics and military achievements. He asked, "Where is our army now?" Zhang Xuanyu pointed at the map and said, "Our army has just arrived at Horse City. If we continue forward and pass through the Yellow Deer Valley, we will be able to reach Lulong and solve the crisis in Lulong and Pingzhou." Ma Renjie looked at the map and muttered, "So that's how it is. To the east of Lulong is a vast ocean. The Khitan rebel army will not escape in that direction. We must prevent them from escaping to the west again." Chao Renshi smiled slightly and said, "What Ma Shaoqing said is correct. Therefore, I intend to dispatch an 800-li fast horse to urgently transfer troops from Danzhou, Xianzhou, Guishan and Jizhou to the direction of Shiqing. Together with our army, we will form a joint attack against the Khitan rebel army. We must wipe them out inside Lulong territory." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Once the Khitans are defeated, they won't be able to head east. Our army will intercept them in the west. As for our side, if they want to fight, it will be no different from hitting a rock with an egg. In that case, they will flee north into the Shi tribe's territory." Chao Renshi thought about it and said, "I think that we can send another messenger to contact King Shi and order him to send troops to defend the area around Lulong Fortress. We must not let a single Khitan soldier enter Shi clan's territory. The Shi clan is a vassal state of our dynasty. Although they often agree in public but oppose in private, in front of the lion of the court, how would they dare to openly protect these rebels and traitors?" Ma Renjie clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Then there's no room for error. The main force of the Khitan army can be wiped out in this battle." All the generals smiled and said nothing. To them, it was a piece of cake to use the court's 100,000 elite troops to attack the Khitans, who claimed to have 100,000 troops but were actually only 60,000 to 70,000 strong. The Yellow Deer Valley was a shortcut for the imperial court's army to reach Lulong. If they did not pass through this valley, then the imperial court's army would have to take a detour through the mountains, which would delay them for more than 10 days. This long period of time was enough for the Khitans to hear the news and flee. Therefore, having made up his mind, Chao Rinshir immediately dispatched a group of cavalry to rush ahead of the main army toward the Yellow Deer Valley and occupy this strategic location. Who would have thought that there was already a Khitan troop stationed at the entrance of the Yellow Deer Valley? When the imperial court's vanguard arrived at the Yellow Deer Valley without stopping, they saw from a distance a tattered gray wolf flag fluttering on the top of the mountain. The vanguard troops could not help but be shocked. They immediately set up camp on the spot and urgently sent someone to report to the central army. Chao Rinshir heard that the Khitan people had stationed troops and horses in the Yellow Deer Valley. While ordering the army to speed up, he also sent an order to the vanguard to attack the Yellow Deer Valley first, to probe the Khitan people's strength. Once Vanguard Lieutenant General Wu Qingzhao received the order, he immediately ordered Brigade Commander Ma Qiao to lead his troops in an exploratory attack. It was Ma Qiao's first time going on an expedition to war. He was very excited along the way, but when the order was issued, he became nervous for no reason. Although the entire army had a disdainful attitude toward the Khitan people, as if once the army arrived, they could annihilate the Khitan people with a snap of their fingers, but it was, after all, his first time on the battlefield. Ma Qiao was very cautious. He first did a reconnaissance of the Yellow Deer Valley and found that there was a valley road in the middle of the valley. Although it was not very narrow, it was completely within the range of the crossbows. Therefore, other than eliminating the enemy troops on both sides, it would be difficult for the army to pass through. On one side of the valley, the mountain peaks were steep, the walls were as straight as a mirror, easy to defend and difficult to attack. On the other side, the hillside was not steep, but the number of Khitan troops guarding it had increased correspondingly. This hillside could not be considered steep, the cavalry could charge up, but unfortunately, the hillside that was not considered steep was full of loose gravel. Even walking would not be easy, let alone charging on horseback. His cavalry was completely useless here. They had to abandon their horses and fight on foot. It was Ma Qiao's first time leading troops into battle, so he was very cautious. Following the art of war he learned from the army, he first carefully surveyed the terrain, understood the target to attack, and then began to deploy his troops. The troops under Ma Qiao's command were all cavalry. He ordered all the cavalry to dismount and hand the horses over to a small number of soldiers to watch over. He then divided the soldiers into 3 teams. The first team was made up of sword and shield bearers, the second team was made up of crossbowmen, and the third team was made up of spears and crossbowmen. The first team was made up of sword and shield bearers as the main attacking force. The second team was made up of crossbowmen to assist the sword and shield bearers in battle, acting as a long-range attacking force to suppress the Khitan archers. The third team was made up of spears and crossbowmen, acting as a reserve force. If the attack was successful, the third team would enter the battle and quickly consolidate the occupied position. If the attacking force did not make any progress, then the purpose of scouting the defending force's strength had been achieved. If they first occupied the enemy's position and then were suppressed by the enemy's counterattack, then the third team would be responsible for covering the retreat of their comrades to avoid heavy casualties during the retreat. As for the other side of the steep cliff, Ma Qiao decided to ignore it for now. There was a valley in the middle, and most of the arrows shot from the opposite cliff had lost their lethality, so it was better to take one side first, and then attack the other side of the hill after they had gained a firm foothold. Ma Qiao's arrangement conformed to the rules, and everything had been arranged. He immediately ordered his men to beat the war drums and launched an attack on the hill. This hillside was not steep enough, and the Khitan people on the hill could not use rolling logs and stones to resist the Tang army, so they could only rely on bows and arrows to stop the enemy. Ma Qiao's troops were cavalry, but the soldiers of the Tang dynasty, no matter what kind of troops they were, all had a war bow, and there was no shortage of bows and crossbows. As the elite cavalry of the imperial army, they were also equipped with cavalry shields, sabers, long spears, and even javelins. With many kinds of troops in one body, they were completely competent for the combat tasks arranged by Ma Qiao. In the sound of the war drums, Ma Qiao gave an order, and the saber and shield bearers used the cavalry shields to protect their vital parts, held the sabers in their hands, and stepped on the loose gravel that seriously hindered their movement, and approached the hillside step by step. The crossbowmen followed closely behind, using the saber and shield bearers as a barrier, ready to suppress the enemy from afar. As the reserve team, the spear bearers and crossbowmen also followed and stopped halfway up the hill, ready to decide according to the situation of the battlefield whether to attack or cover the retreat of their comrades. As soon as the two sides entered the shooting range of the other side's crossbow, sharp arrows began to shoot at each other. With a shield in one hand and a saber in the other, Ma Qiao personally led the saber and shield bearers to charge at the very front. They bent their waists and used the cavalry shields to protect their vital parts. Under the cover of the crossbowmen behind them, they approached the hilltop. The arrows on the hilltop were not concentrated and were completely suppressed by the arrows of the imperial court's troops. Although the Khitan's arrows were quite accurate, they were seriously lacking in strength. A few arrows hit Ma Qiao's shield, but with a shake of his shield, some of the arrows fell off. Ma Qiao couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't they say that the Khitan people were nomadic and hunted, and that they were most proficient with crossbows? With such weak strength, even if they hit their bodies, it would probably be very difficult to kill them. At first, Ma Qiao was worried that the Khitan people's crossbows were formidable, but now that he saw that the Khitan people's archery was only so, his courage increased. He immediately ordered them to increase the speed of their attack. When they were about to charge up the hillside, the sparse arrows on the hillside stopped altogether. Ma Qiao immediately increased his speed, and was the first to charge into the Khitan people's defensive line. Brandishing his saber, he began to kill. When he charged into the enemy's group, he discovered that there were only several hundred people defending the hilltop. The weapons they used were a mess of old and shabby weapons, such as long sabers, manure forks, wooden sticks, and so on and so forth. Each and every one of the enemy's clothes was ragged and their faces were emaciated. When they moved, they were limp and had almost no strength to fight back. Ma Qiao's saber technique could be considered a first-rate expert in the army. Seeing that the enemy's combat strength was not strong, he simply abandoned his cavalry and shield and brandished his saber with both hands, charging forward. His body was as swift as a tiger and his saber was as fast as the wind. He did not tangle with the enemy and only tried to create as much chaos as possible to create the conditions for his men to charge up the hillside. Very soon, all the saber and shield bearers had charged up the hillside. Following that, the archers also drew their sabers and joined the battle. When the reserve troops guarding halfway up the hillside saw this situation, they immediately followed their original plan and charged up the hillside. However, before they could join the battle, the Khitan soldiers on the hillside who looked like beggars broke down. "Stop fighting, we surrender! We surrender!" When one of them shouted surrender, all the resistance on the hillside immediately vanished. Other than a few people who wanted to escape into the dense forest, they were shot by the Zhou army's arrows. The rest of the Khitan people knelt on the ground and raised their weapons with both hands, surrendering to the Zhou army. Wu Qingzhao was a distant relative of the Wu family. He had relied on his family's connections to become a brigade commander in the army. When he received the order to attack tentatively, his heart was pounding. That was why he had ordered Ma Qiao to attack while he did not move and was prepared to escape at any time. He did not expect Ma Qiao to smoothly charge up the hillside with a brigade. When the Zhou army waved the war flag and gestured to the foot of the hill, Wu Qingzhao was dumbfounded. Then, he was extremely vexed. If he had known that the Khitan people were so useless, he should have snatched this battle credit himself. With so many people watching, it was impossible for him to snatch this credit openly. He could only hope that Ma Qiao would be sensible and focus on mentioning him, the vanguard commander, in the battle report. On the hillside, Ma Qiao could not close his mouth from grinning. This was the first time he had commanded a battle, and it was the first time he had charged and participated in a battle. The moment he received the order, although he looked calm on the surface, he was extremely nervous in his heart. His heart was pounding like a drum. He felt the nervousness and fear of participating in a battle for the first time, as well as the lack of confidence in commanding an entire army alone. But when he rushed up the mountain and killed the second person, all of this uneasiness, all of this fear, was thrown out of his mind. Warriors had to experience the baptism of the battlefield to mature. After this battle, Ma Qiao quickly possessed the psychological qualities that a general should have. And the battle record of killing 7 people with his own hands also made it so that the first time he killed an enemy, when blood sprayed on his face, he would immediately jump up in panic and forget to dodge, almost getting slashed by another enemy. What should I do now? Yes, I remember. Grinning foolishly for a while, Ma Qiao finally remembered some common sense that the old generals in the army had taught him. Right now, he should immediately inspect the enemy's equipment, understand the enemy's situation, and interrogate the captives about the enemy's situation so that the commander-in-chief could use it as a reference for his next move. Wu Qingzhao waited for another half a day. After confirming that there were no ambushes on the mountain, he led his army up the mountain and occupied this commanding position. When Wu Qingzhao ascended the hillside with a smile that was difficult to describe as happy, he only had time to participate in Ma Qiao's interrogation. Through the interrogation, they quickly figured out the enemy's situation. The Khitan rebel army had a total of 67,000 people. After failing to attack Danzhou, they fled all the way to the east. When they reached the city of Pingzhou, they suffered another setback and were forced to turn to Lulong. Because of the long-distance attack, they were unable to receive supplies. Their rations and fodder had been used up, and their arrows were also about to run out. When Ma Qiao attacked the mountain, he encountered sparse counterattacks because the Khitans only had less than 5 arrows left on average. The Khitans did not know that the imperial court had sent a large army. Otherwise, they would not have only sent so few people to guard the Yellow Deer Valley. However, their main force was attacking Lulong, and the Yellow Deer Valley was the only passage behind them. They were worried that the imperial court's troops would suddenly attack from behind, so they sent a group of people to guard this place just in case. However, when the soldiers arrived, they had already sent someone back to report. The reason why they were powerless to fight and shoot arrows was very simple: they had no strength. On the mountain where they were stationed, Ma Qiao did not find a single grain of food. When Ma Qiao and his troops arrived at the foot of the mountain, they were cooking and had not had time to eat. After hearing this, Ma Qiao personally went to check their uncooked pot of rice. Inside there were 2 rats, a wild cat, and a pot of wild vegetables. Wu Qingzhao scoffed at this. In his view, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the Khitans' pale faces and their unsteady footing, he believed that these people had long run out of food. Wu Qingzhao was very dissatisfied that Ma Qiao had snatched the first credit in the first battle. He decided to personally fight the second battle and attack the other side of the mountain. Both mountains were the Khitans' first forward positions. As long as he took the other mountain, he could mix the 2 battles into one, and the first credit would be his. As a result, Wu Qingzhao quickly reported the information he had obtained from the interrogation back to the Central Army. At the same time, he prepared to personally take the other dangerous mountain that was said to be guarded by 50 people. At this time, the ignorant Ma Qiao suggested to him that they should first summon the Khitans on the mountain to surrender. "General, since the Khitans are hungry and don't have enough arrows, I'm afraid they don't have the confidence to defend that mountain, especially since we have already occupied this place. In my opinion, why don't we send someone up the mountain to summon them to surrender? If we can win without using weapons, wouldn't that be even better?" After hearing this, Wu Qingzhao's expression became even more unsightly. However, if they could summon them to surrender, of course there was no need to use force. Although there were not many enemies on that mountain, it was a strategic location. Although the Khitans were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs, they still had the strength to push rock. Just throwing rocks down from the mountain would kill many people. He couldn't let others think that he did not care about the lives of his soldiers. A fierce, cold light flashed in Wu Qingzhao's eyes. He coldly ordered, "Fine. I will send you up the mountain to persuade them to surrender. Go tell them that I will let bygones be bygones for those who surrender. Otherwise, I will attack the mountain and kill them all, not sparing even the chickens and dogs. Don't say that I did not warn you." Ma Qiao did not expect that Wu Qingzhao would actually send him up the mountain to summon the Khitans to surrender. He was the one who came up with the idea. Now that the general had given the order, Ma Qiao could only brace himself and pull a very old Khitan over to explain to him the imperial court's good intentions in recruiting them. When the Khitan heard this, he repeatedly nodded his head and agreed to go up the mountain with him to summon the Khitans to surrender. Ma Qiao then waved a white flag and climbed up the steep mountain path with the Khitan man toward the opposite mountain. Wu Qingzhao stood on the mountain with his hand on his long saber. Watching Ma Qiao's back gradually disappear on the opposite mountain, he coldly thought, "The Khitans are just a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Why would they abide by the rule of not killing envoys when two armies fight? If they are willing to surrender, then so be it. If they don't, based on my order to massacre the mountain, I can chop off your dog head first." Wu Qingzhao thought to himself. An evil, cold smile curled up the corners of his lips. When he raised his head again, he saw a white flag waving at him from the opposite mountain. Chapter 7:16. Chao Rinshi, Zhang Xuanyu and Ma Renjie were urging the main army to speed up their journey when suddenly Wu Qingzhao's battle report arrived from the front. As soon as Chao Rinshi saw the report, he could not help but be startled. "I have underestimated this Wu Qingzhao. I did not expect him to capture the mouth of the Yellow Deer Valley with only one troop." Zhang Xuanyu took the report and read it carefully. "Good," he said excitedly. "We should quickly advance and directly attack Li Jinzhong's path of retreat, catching him unprepared. If we can coordinate with the Lulong garrison, we won't have to wait for the troops from Danzhou, Guishan Prefecture, and the other provinces to arrive, and we can completely wipe out the rebel army." Ma Renjie stood next to him and also read the report. "Could it be a trap?" he asked doubtfully. "That is a gorge. Your servant does not understand the art of war, but I do know that this kind of place is the easiest place to set up an ambush." Chao Rinshi shook his head and said, "Ma Shaoqing, you think too highly of the Khitans. How can they understand the art of war? You see, according to the Khitans' confession, they have failed to attack Pingzhou and are now attacking Lulong. This is the same as the intelligence we received earlier. Moreover, the garrison at the mouth of the Yellow Deer Valley only has 5 arrows per person, each one of them looks malnourished. They have been out of food for many days. This is also confirmed by the vanguard." "Also," Zhang Xuanyu said, "I have studied the terrain of the Yellow Deer Valley. That gorge is shaped like a gourd. It is only suitable to defend the mouth of the valley. The middle section is quite wide. It is not suitable for an ambush. But the length of the gorge is more than 20 li. With such a long battle line, the Khitans only have less than 70,000 men. If they want to ambush the main army, first of all, they do not have enough men. Second, with so many people lying in ambush on both sides, they will definitely be discovered. But if they are too scattered, they will not be able to be used as an ambush. Ma Renjie did not understand the art of war. Hearing the two great generals say so, he did not say anything more. Chao Renjie immediately gave the order for the three armies to rush to the Yellow Deer Valley at full speed. Chao Renshur led the army to the Yellow Deer Valley and personally interrogated the surrendered soldiers. He had been in the army for many years and had fought several dangerous battles. Whether they were really hungry or not, they could not hide from his eyes. Chao Renshur saw that the Khitan soldiers were emaciated, their faces were emaciated, their calves were swollen. Their hunger was definitely not an act. Zhang Xuanyu also inspected the Khitan people on the other side of the cliff, who had surrendered. The Khitan people on this side had surrendered without fighting, so they did not have many arrows in their quiver. Because the side of the mountain they were guarding was dangerous, each person only had 3 arrows, which was even less than the arrows carried by the Khitan people on the other side of the mountain whose formation had been broken. He sent people up the mountain to take a look. There were indeed many large rocks piled up on the edge of the cliff. Chao Renshur considered all these facts and no longer had any doubt. He hurriedly discussed with Zhang Xuanyu. By the time their vanguard arrived, the Khitan spies had already rushed back to report the news. However, there were less than 4 hours left. If the main army advanced immediately, they could suddenly appear behind the Khitans when they received the news. Even if it was slightly later, the Khitan people were not as well trained as the Zhou army. If they wanted to gather the troops attacking the 4 cities and retreat, it would take far more than 4 hours. As long as they left the Yellow Deer Valley immediately, it would be enough to catch up with them before they escape. Moreover, if the Khitan people had already started to escape, the main force of the Zhou army would easily launch a one-sided massacre. The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Without further ado, they should set off immediately. Chao Renshur decisively gave the order to gather all the cavalry and pass through the Yellow Deer Valley as fast as they could. They would closely follow the main force of the Khitan rebel army and not let them escape. The infantry would hold the rear and arrive at the critical moment when the vanguard cavalry and the Khitan people were fighting until both sides were exhausted. They would then deal the final blow. According to Chao Renshur's order, 60,000 cavalry of the 100,000-strong army charged into the valley first. Wu Qingzhao's troops were still the vanguard, 3 li away from the main cavalry as scouts. Wu Qingzhao was also not careless. He still ordered Ma Qiao to be the vanguard, 3 li away from him, and charged into the Yellow Deer Valley. From the bottom of their hearts, Chao Renshur, Zhang Xuanyu and the others did not see the Khitan people as a great enemy. They did not want to give up on this great achievement in the first battle. Therefore, they all went ahead with the elite cavalry. The 40,000 infantry were led by a general. At the same time, they also detained the hundreds of Khitan people who had surrendered. If there was really an ambush, these Khitan surrendered soldiers would undoubtedly be the first to die. The angry Zhou soldiers would chop them into meat paste. However, from their expressions, there was nothing unusual. These people were true death warriors. Their entire families had either died at the hands of the Zhou army or they were fighting for a way out for their parents or their wives and children. That was why they were willing to serve as bait. These people's physiques were weak to begin with. Whether it was running around on the prairie or fighting with thousands of soldiers and horses, they were the group of people who were most likely to lose their lives. Therefore, they would rather use their own lives to fight for their clansmen's survival. Even their hunger wasn't disguised at all. When they decided to play the part of a group of poor and weak soldiers, they did not bring a grain of food. They had been guarding this place for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, they had been eating wild vegetables and small animals that they had caught. Before the Zhou army arrived, 2 of them had even starved to death. If they had not been so cruel to themselves, even if they could hide it from Ma Qiao and Wu Qingzhao, how could they hide it from Chao Renshur and Zhang Xuanyu, who had spent their entire lives on the battlefield? Ma Qiao rode his horse at the very front. as he used his sharp eyes to scan the mountains and dense forests that passed by on both sides. He welcomed the mountain wind that blew through the valley and took an intoxicated breath. His years of hard work in the army had not been in vain. Today, all his hard work was finally put to use. He did not have the opportunities of his good brother, Yang Fan, nor did he have Yang Fan's ability to be both civil and military, but he also had his own dreams. He had originally been a ruffian who lived his days in the streets, but he had been woken up by Yang Fan's scolding. From that day onwards, he wanted to live a good life, to be worthy of his brother's trust, to be worthy of his mother's nurturing. Later on, he married a wife, and now he had his own precious son. The responsibility in his heart was even heavier. For his wife, for his child, he also had to make great contributions, establish a great cause, and earn a great fortune for his family. In addition, there was also honor. Every time he returned to the square in his military uniform, every time he was promoted to an officer, those childhood friends would surround him and look at him with envy, flattery, and even awe. He would feel a sincere sense of pride. His good brother, Yang Fan, had helped him point out a path, but he had to rely on himself to continue down this path. The cavalry quickly passed through the 20-li distance. Once they left the valley, it suddenly became wide and open. On the right was a large river flowing east, surging along the foot of the mountain. On the right was an undulating hill with clumps of shrubs. In front of him was a flat road. Ma Qiao had already seen the map and knew that if he followed this road straight ahead, he would reach Lulong. His spirits lifted. He forcefully kicked his horse's abdomen and accelerated forward. Wu Qingzhao led his troops and followed far behind Ma Qiao. Only when he rushed out of the valley did he let out a sigh of relief. As soon as he saw Ma Qiao in the distance, holding a large banner of the Zhou army in his hand, flapping in the wind as he galloped away, Wu Qingzhao's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to call out to Ma Qiao and charge ahead himself, but on second thought, although this place was still far from Lulong, there was no guarantee that the Khitans would not set up sentries along the way. As soon as he thought that he might have to engage in close combat, Wu Qingzhao dispelled the idea of personally going to the front line. He continued to bitterly follow behind Ma Qiao, eating dirt. He forcefully whipped his horse's buttocks, venting all his anger on the warhorse. The warhorse galloped forward. He had just leaped more than 10 zhang when suddenly a desolate bugle call was heard from the hilly area on the left. Wu Qingzhao looked over in astonishment. He saw large banners suddenly emerge from behind the hills. On the banners, vivid and lifelike gray wolves were waving in the wind, followed by a wave of wolf-like howls. The densely packed Khitan cavalry brandished their sabers and spears, letting out strange and terrifying howls as they pounced on them. Before the troops and horses arrived, the strange howls converged into a gust of wind that assaulted their faces. There's an ambush. Wu Qingzhao reined in his horse's reins, his legs trembling. Just as he was wondering if he should escape back to the valley to find his mother, or chase after Ma Qiao and escape, a dark rain of arrows came crashing down. In an instant Wu Qingzhao was shot into a hedgehog, and he no longer had to worry about his difficult choice. The main force of the Zhou army formed a small square formation and galloped out of the valley. The horses galloped lightly, neither too fast nor too slow. They were not scouts and did not need to be too fast. This way they could leave the valley at a relatively fast speed. At the same time, they could allow the horses to maintain their strength so that they could quickly join the battle. However, the lightly galloping warhorses quickly came to a halt. To their horror, they discovered that the mountain pass in front of them was already filled with endless Khitan cavalry. The reason why the Khitans had used their fastest speed to greet them with bows and arrows to avoid coming into contact with Wu Qingzhao's troops was that they did not want a single person to escape back to deliver a message. They had 10 to 100 times the strength of Wu Qingzhao's troops and shot tens of thousands of arrows to quickly finish off this small group of Zhou soldiers. Then, they entered the valley and set up their formation. The Zhou army looked in shock at the Khitans opposite them. These Khitans had some hesitation and fear on their faces. That was because the powerful impression that the dynasty of the Central Plains had given them gave them psychological pressure. Although they had attacked more than one city, they had never fought so many of the main forces of the Zhou army. But at the same time, there was a hint of fierceness and cruelty in their eyes. It was the hatred that had accumulated from being bullied and humiliated by the Zhou people for a long time. It was also the innate wild bestiality in their blood as nomads of the grasslands. The wind, snow, and sandstorms of the desert grasslands had tempered them into rough and unyielding iron-blooded men. Yaoror, when the Khitans hunted, they used their unique shouts to scare away wild beasts. When they gathered together, they formed a soul-stirring sound wave. This sound wave was amplified by the valley by several times. Following the surging sound wave, the Khitans, who were already prepared and armed with bows and arrows, took the lead to attack. The arrows covered the sky and pounced towards the Zhou army, as if they were shooting at a herd of gazelles that had been blocked by them. Then, they raised their sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. With an almost crazy speed, they roared, and shouted as they pounced towards the flock of sheep like fierce tigers. There was only prey in their eyes, and they completely ignored death. At the same time, billowing smoke rose from the exit of the valley. When the smoke rose, the long sabers pointed. Chapter 7:17. To the Zhou army, the Yellow Deer Valley was a nightmare. Amidst the sound of the horn, countless cavalrymen engaged in close combat in the valley. The Zhou army's slowly advancing formation became chaotic because of the halt in front of them and the battle. In this narrow position, the Khitans, who grew up on horseback, clearly had an absolute advantage. Like they were hunting countless gazelles on the grassland, they brandished their swords and cut through the Zhou army's ranks. Their weapons did not stop and only moved forward. The people behind them followed closely behind like a swarm of locusts and continued to kill the Zhou soldiers. When the smoke rose from the mountain pass, Sun Wanrong, who was lying in ambush in the middle of the mountain, saw the smoke rising in the distance. Overjoyed, he leaped up and shouted, "Attack!" It was true that it was impossible to ambush thousands of soldiers in the dense forest on the mountain, but Sun Wanrong only brought a small number of cavalrymen. The rest were infantrymen. It was easy for these infantrymen to hide in the dense forest. The valley was as wide as the belly of a gourd. It was indeed not suitable to launch a surprise attack on the Zhou army, but these herdsmen, who fought against the heavens for food, had their own methods. Huge cages tied up with rattan rolled down the mountain, jumped, and crashed into the cavalry at the foot of the mountain. The cages were stuffed with withered branches and leaves, and some were even doused with fuel oil. Before they were pushed down the mountain, the Khitans had ignited the cages. If the light and elastic cages were not blocked, they could roll from this side of the mountain to the foot of the opposite side. Thick smoke rose and flames rose. The thick smoke quickly sealed off the entire valley. After thousands of burning and smoking cages were pushed into the valley, the entire valley was filled with thick smoke. It was difficult to see people beyond 5 steps. The warhorses were burned by the flames and smoked by the thick smoke. They screamed in panic and trampled on the ground. The Zhou army collapsed without a fight. Immediately, countless Khitans draped in animal skins and holding hunting bows rushed to the front of the forest on both sides. They used their bows and arrows to shoot at the Zhou army who had escaped from the smoke and fire formation and the Zhou army who occasionally revealed themselves in the thick smoke. At the same time, the 2,800 Khitan cavalry lying in ambush further away, waiting solemnly for orders, also rushed out along a relatively sparse hillside. They charged towards the rear of the Zhou cavalry and intercepted them, trapping them in the valley. Although the valley was wide, 800 cavalry were enough to form 4 blocking positions. The remaining cavalry had already galloped in the opposite direction, leaving the struggling Zhou army far behind and pouncing on the Zhou infantry, who were still advancing rapidly several li away. The fire in the valley was actually not that strong. What was truly fatal was the thick smoke that lingered in the air. Such thick smoke was enough to be fatal. The Chidon people, who knew all kinds of herbs, added many poisonous or pungent herbs to the fireballs. When they burned, the smoke made people cry, their throats swollen, and it was difficult to breathe. The people were already like this, and the horses were even more unbearable. Under such circumstances, people could still try their best to remain calm, but horses could not. Even well-trained war horses were startled. They kicked and stamped, bit and bumped into each other, causing more horses to explode. Not counting the rain of arrows from the Chitons, just the number of soldiers who were trampled and injured by the startled horses was uncountable. Seeing this situation, Chao Rincher could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet in regret. Suddenly, an arrow was shot at him. The arrow knocked off his helmet, and a strand of his hair fell down. The bodyguard beside him was shocked and hurriedly used his cavalry shield to cover him. He shouted, "Great General, quickly charge back!" Chao Rincher pulled out his sword and shouted, "We can't retreat. Attack up the mountain. Only by occupying this place will we have a chance of survival. Kill!" After saying this, the old general took the lead and rushed up the hill like a madman. He had no choice but to charge. In the thick smoke, he could not see anyone other than the bodyguards beside him, so how could he carry out his command? Although in the army, other than flags, there were also drums that could convey orders, but those could only convey simple orders, such as attacking, retreating, or setting up defenses. They could not convey complex orders. Most importantly, he could not even find the orchestra. Chao Rincher led his bodyguards. His hair was disheveled, and he brandished his sword as he charged forward, as if he was possessed. In fact, it was not that the Zhou army did not think of escaping the smoke formation and charging up the hill. However, the edge of the smoke was precisely where the Chitons' arrows were aimed. If they charged out, they would attract an arrow. If they charged out in a group, they would attract a rain of arrows. In the chaos, a large group of people fought their own battles and could not form an effective attack. When Chao Rincher charged out of the smoke, a Chiton soldier on the hill immediately raised his bow and aimed at him. "Wait!" Sun Wanrong, who had been a hostage in the Tang dynasty for many years, only needed one glance to recognize from Chao Rincher's armor that he was a high-ranking general. He immediately ordered, "We want this person alive. Capture him." Immediately, a few Chiton soldiers rushed down the hill. Chao Rincher charged out of the smoke formation. He first took a few deep breaths and tried to open his eyes that were red and tearing from the smoke. Before he could clearly see the situation outside, a horse noose fell from midair and accurately wrapped around his body. "Come over here." The Chiton soldier who grabbed the horse noose pulled hard. Chao Rincher, who had not yet gained his footing, staggered and knocked away his bodyguards, and crashed into the enemy. At this moment, the junior Minister of Agriculture, Ma Renjie, was being protected by a few bodyguards. He stumbled and bumped into the crowd of horses, shouting along the way, "General Chao! Great General Chao!" The cage gradually burned out and the smoke gradually thinned. However, the Zhou army was trampled by frightened horses, and the smoke made it difficult for them to see. How many people could still wield their sabers and fight? The saber in Ma Qiao's hand had already been chopped until there was no edge. Now, he was using a chiton-long saber that he had seized. As he charged back, he did not know how many people he had killed. His conqueror's robe was already stained with blood. There was the enemy's blood, his own blood, and the blood of his comrades on his body. The soldiers following him were getting fewer and fewer, but there was still the endless and despairing Chiton cavalry in front of him. Fortunately, there were enemies and allies mixed here, so they could only fight hand-to-hand and not shoot arrows. Otherwise, Ma Qiao would have long been dead on the spot, and it would have been impossible for him to charge until now. As Ma Qiao led his troops forward, he faintly heard the sound of a bugle horn. He turned his head and looked again. The forest was quiet, but there was no sound. Ma Qiao thought it was his imagination, but a few soldiers also said they heard it. Just as he was feeling suspicious, the smoke signal used to notify Sun Wanrong to launch an attack surged up at the mouth of the valley. Ma Qiao knew that something was wrong at first sight, but when he led his troops back to the mouth of the valley, he was even more dumbfounded. The endless chitons were like ants rushing back to their nests before a storm. They surged majestically into the valley. When he arrived at the mouth of the valley, the chiton army was still surging into the valley. They had only casually separated a group of people to form a crushing attack and surround them. "Brigade commander, let's go!" Ma Qiao's soldiers shouted in panic. "We can't leave. Kill our way back." Ma Qiao unsheathed his saber, and a fierce gaze burst out of his eyes. The Zhou army falling into an ambush actually had little to do with him, a vanguard. However, he still blamed himself, believing that it was his negligence that caused his comrades to fall into a tight encirclement. Now that his comrades were bathed in blood, how could he retreat? Ma Qiao raised his long saber and charged into the enemy formation without hesitation. Like a fierce tiger choosing its prey to devour, he shouted repeatedly and charged forward ferociously amidst the neighing of his warhorse. However, until now, the people around him were getting fewer and fewer. He did not see any of his comrades who were surrounded, but there were more and more chitons around him. "Brigade commander, let's retreat. At least, someone has to report to Lulong." A soldier with a broken arm had just finished speaking when a chiton spear pierced through his heart. "Let's go." Ma Qiao, who had just snatched a horse from the enemy because his warhorse had died in battle, knew that it was meaningless to continue fighting. He could only lead the remaining people, who had less than 20 people, back with hatred. The Chief Marshal Yan Bengshi and the General of the Left Guard, Li Duozhua, led the guards and the supply troops to the north at a speed of 2 days' journey ahead of the main force. On this day, the troops arrived at Tongshen and the army set up camp there. This was a town whose original name was Deshang Mountain. When Li Shimin conquered Korea in the east, he passed by here on his way back. His beloved concubine, Lady Chao, unfortunately died of illness. Li Shimin missed his beloved concubine and gave the mountain the surname Tang. From then on, it was called Tongshen. Li Duozhua led the elite imperial guards and was responsible for escorting the rations and the supply troop. The rations were the most important resources of the army. Those who guarded the rations were always experienced, calm and cautious generals. From this point of view, it was not wrong to let Li Duozhua escort the rations. However, there were also factional disputes in the army. Chao Renshi, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others were all generals who were close to the Wu family, so they were put in an important position. Although Li Duozhua was loyal to the imperial court and had never done anything disloyal, he was always indifferent to the Wu family's solicitation and was not enthusiastic. Now that the Wu family was the most powerful in the army, it was reasonable for them to reject him and let him escort the rations. Although they were only stationed for a night and there was no enemy threat here, Li Duozhua still carefully arranged the rations. He made fire prevention arrangements in the camp and stationed the troops outside to form a defensive formation. Only then did he go to the central camp to see the chief supervisor of the army, Yan Bengshi. The two of them had just chatted for a while when a central guard rushed in to report, "Chief Supervisor, the front line has sent an urgent order." After the army had settled down, the troops of the various battalions carried out detailed arrangements under the overall arrangement of the chief steward. Although Shi Rui was a veteran general, he was very familiar with all kinds of matters related to camping and garrisoning. Yang Fan didn't know much about these matters related to marching and fighting, so he naturally entrusted them to Shi Rui. Meanwhile, Yang Fan himself followed beside Shi Rui, watching and listening at the same time. He secretly pondered over the various arrangements of the barracks and garrisoning, and he gained some understanding of them. After the camp was settled, Yang Fan invited Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and a few other subordinates to go to the riverside. The camp had to be set up in a place with water, and the location of their camp was the closest to the river. Along the way they were covered in dust. Many soldiers had already taken off their clothes and were bathing in the river. Yang Fan and the others did not care about their status as generals and also wanted to take off their clothes and bathe to their heart's content. Unexpectedly, just as Yang Fan took off his robe and walked naked into the river, there was the sound of military drums in the distance. Shi Rui listened and exclaimed, "The drum of generals! Head steward, what happened?" Yang Fan had been in the army for a long time, so he could recognize the drum of generals. The drum of generals would sound 3 times, and if the drum stopped, it would be executed. Yang Fan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly put on his robe and rushed back to his tent. Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and the others knew that something big must have happened if the drum of generals were to be called, so they hurriedly jumped into the river and washed themselves before the order was given. Yang Fan returned to his tent and put on his armor before rushing to the main tent. In the main tent, the generals were standing in great numbers. Before Yang Fan could catch his breath, Chief Supervisor Yen had already called the roll of the generals. Yen Bengshi announced in a loud voice, "I have just received news from the commander of the frontline army, General Zhang Xuanyu. Our imperial army has already engaged the Khitan rebel army and defeated the enemy in one battle." When the generals in the tent heard this, there was an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. Yen Bengshi's expression did not change. He continued in a stern voice, "However, the enemy has scattered and fled toward Yingzhou. It will not be easy to encircle and annihilate them. Great General Chao and Great General Zhang have already led their troops to attack them. Great General Zhang urgently ordered our officers and men to abandon their heavy supplies and fatigue. The 3 armies are to advance at full speed. If the frontline army pursues them to Yingzhou but our army has not arrived, all the generals will be executed and there will be no mention of the soldiers' merits." When the generals in the tent heard this, their hearts trembled. Yen Bengshi solemnly passed on the order. "Now, this chief supervisor orders. Other than General Li Duozuo's troops escorting the rations to the rear, the rest of the soldiers are to immediately prepare 5 days' rations and set off immediately to participate in the encirclement and annihilation. Those who are late will be executed on the spot." Chapter 7:18. The Zhou army wore armor and marched day and night. As the large group of people and horses moved forward, their footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly. Every soldier carried 5 days' worth of rations, as well as their own pots, stoves, sleeping bags, and other equipment. In order to maintain a certain amount of horsepower to cope with special situations, the cavalry would dismount and lead the horses when they were tired after walking for a period of time. Not only could they stretch their bodies, but they could also reduce the burden on their horses. Once they set off, the horses were their capital to save their lives, so how could they not cherish them? Even so, the high-intensity march caused some soldiers to fall behind. No one cared about the soldiers who fell behind. They just let them accompany the infantry behind them. The military order had been issued. Those who did not arrive in time would be beheaded. Although if everyone was late, General Zhang might not carry out this order. But if most of the troops arrived, then those who were late would definitely be out of luck. During the march, the officers and soldiers of the various battalions chased each other. The organization and formation were already chaotic, but this was not a problem. Their first priority was to get to Lulong. There, they could reorganize a little and find out the latest situation at the front line before deciding on their next move. At midnight, the 3 armies set up camp and rested for a while. The soldiers took off their sleeping bags, chewed their dry rations, drank cold water, prepared fodder, and fed their horses. After being busy for more than an hour, they finally fell asleep. At the 5th watch, the bugler was awakened by the officers and soldiers on night patrol. He rubbed his eyes and got up, then blew the bugler to wake up the sleeping soldiers. After a little reorganization, he hurried on his way again. After another day of rapid marching, there was only half a day's journey left to the Yellow Deer Valley. At this time, it was already the second watch. General Manager Yen ordered them to rest in place. They would cross the valley early tomorrow morning and arrive at Lulong before tomorrow night. Once the military order was issued, the three armies set up camp in place, arranged food and rest, and recovered their strength. They cooked in the black pot and fed the horses. When the exhausted soldiers crawled into their sleeping bags and were about to fall asleep with their swords on their waists, they suddenly felt a slight tremor coming from the ground beneath them. Bad news! Even without the general's orders, the experienced veterans knew that something was wrong, because along with the trembling of the earth, the sound of galloping horses reached their ears. A large number of cavalry suddenly appeared in this place, and from the sound of the galloping horses, it was clear that they were charging. It was definitely not their men. When the soldiers crawled out of their sleeping bags while shouting, they didn't care that their clothes were disheveled or that they didn't have time to put on their armor. They just picked up the saddles and hurriedly put them on the backs of the horses. Before they could tighten the silk sashes, the rumbling of the horses' hooves began to roar in their ears. Thousands upon thousands of men and horses waved their gleaming steel blades as they pounced out from the darkness like ghosts. A flustered new recruit only saw a black shadow sweeping past him with a strong gust of wind. Then, he heard the blood-curdling screams of his companions in the distance. While the terrified soldier was rejoicing that he had escaped death, another black shadow swept past him with a strong gust of wind. This time, he was not so lucky. The sharp saber cut him in half from shoulder to hip. This was a cruel massacre. The exhausted Zhou army was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Furthermore, they were completely unprepared, and at their most relaxed moment, they were attacked by the enemy cavalry. The enemy's attack was so fast that even the scouts on the periphery did not have time to send back the warning. In such a hurry, it was impossible for the Zhou army to form a defensive formation, let alone launch a powerful counterattack. Although the attacking Khitans looked disorderly and did not have a formation, they had participated in hunting since they were young and had long been trained to be elite knights. They usually formed groups of 3 and attacked at an acute angle. They cooperated with each other and cut off all obstacles to their comrades, maintaining the fastest speed of their charge. There was enough distance between each attacking triangle to ensure that after they charged into the enemy's formation, their comrades behind them did not slow down and launched a second round of attacks at the same speed. The attack unfolded on the entire Zhou army's camp. In every place, the Khitans maintained at least 5 rounds of attack. These 5 rounds of attacks were enough to kill 1/5 of the Zhou army and cause great chaos. This ensured that when the Khitans passed through the camp turned back for a second round of attacks, the Zhou army would still not be able to form an effective counterattack. The Zhou army fell into absolute chaos. No one could give a unified command and dispatch under such circumstances. They did not have the time to figure out who the Khitans were or where they came from. They could only fight on their own. At this moment, the elite troops fully displayed their abilities. Based on their past combat and training experience, they spontaneously formed a circular formation. The soldiers on the periphery stabbed the enemy knights with their spears and used their sabers to cut off the legs of the enemy's horses in the dark. They used their lives to buy time for their comrades in the middle so that they could mount their horses as soon as possible. In such a situation, they could not even form a dense spear formation. Without the resistance of the cavalry, the entire army was destined to be annihilated. Soon, the neatly dressed cavalry charged out of the inner circle and fought with the enemy cavalry. They worked together with their infantry comrades to approach the other defensive camps that had spontaneously formed. They merged with each other and formed an even larger circle. Under the assault of the Khitan cavalry, they had been divided into camps of various sizes. If they could not meet up as soon as possible, their deaths were only a matter of time. Thanks to his never-ending combat training, after a day and night of rapid marching, Yang Fan was still able to maintain much more physical strength than his companions. However, the group he was on was formed from prefectural soldiers from various places. They did not cooperate well with each other. When he killed a few Khitan cavalry with all his might, seized a warhorse, and mounted it, he could no longer find a small group of more than 10 people around him with the help of the dim starlight and scattered torches. The Khitan cavalry swept through the Zhou army camp. They did not stop to fight on the spot at all. Instead, they used their advantage of charging to repeatedly trample and charge at the Zhou army camp. Yang Fan could only mix in with the Khitan cavalry that kept charging back and forth and reaping the lives of the Zhou army. As he fought, he tried his best to save his companions. After the Khitans pierced through the Zhou army camp and returned to carry out another round of penetrating assault, they finally slowed down. They began to surround the Zhou army, who had formed a small circular formation, and began to attack. They constantly shot arrows and even threw javelins. The Zhou army, who had finally stabilized their formation, also shot arrows and crossbows outwards and used spears and daggers to block their attacks. Most of the scattered roaming cavalry like Yang Fan had already been annihilated by the Khitans. Yang Fan's advantage lay in his superb martial art. In this kind of darkness and chaos, the enemy was unable to concentrate their superior forces to attack him, so he was still alive and kicking until now. In the midst of the fighting, a group of Zhou soldiers who had formed a formation to protect themselves finally discovered Yang Fan, who was wandering among the Khitan soldiers like a ghost. They immediately shouted at him, "Lieutenant Yang!" Yang Fan was exhausted from all the killing. He hurriedly glanced in that direction in the middle of the battle. With the faint light of a torch that had fallen to the ground, he clearly saw the person who had called out to him. It was his other ride, serene. Yang Fan was overjoyed. He immediately circled his horse and charged in that direction to kill. Serene had hurriedly gathered a small number of defeated soldiers and used dead horses and spears to form a small barrier. He was doing his best to block the Khitans' attack. The Khitans circled their horses and ran endlessly around their small formation. From time to time they would shoot an arrow, and from time to time they would pull out a slender and slightly curved sharp saber and charge at their weak points of defense. More than 20 Zhou soldiers were exhausted from running for their lives inside the defensive circle. Yang Fan raised his curled steel saber and approached the camp step by step. When there was still a distance of 5 or 6 feet between them, a Khitan rider took the lead and entered the Zhou army's defensive circle. He swung his sharp saber left and right and began a massacre. Compared to infantrymen, apart from riding and shooting, the infantryman would never be able to surpass the infantryman in terms of maneuverability. The infantryman would also be able to borrow the momentum of the horse's charge to slash down from a high vantage point. To infantrymen, this kind of tactic of slashing diagonally while riding a horse was an unstoppable and brutal killing method. Seeing this, Yang Fan panicked. However, there were at least 5 or 6 enemy soldiers in front of him. Some of them were wielding heavy and powerful tridents, while others were wielding heavy sabers. They couldn't be dealt with in a short period of time. The Khitan rider who had charged into the Zhou army's defensive circle raised his saber and slaughtered to his heart's content. Every time his steel saber fell, a cold light would flash and reap a life. His momentum was unparalleled and unstoppable. The Khitan riders behind him had already used this opening to charge over. When serene saw this, he immediately raised his spear and charged over. Stepping forward, he twisted his waist and shook his spear. Just as he was about to stab at the Khitan who was killing without restraint, another Khitan rider leaped in from the opening. The handsome horse soared through the air, but before its front hooves touched the ground, the rider's shining steel saber swept past the back of serene's neck. His head, along with half of his shoulder, flew into the air. Jia! Yang Fan let out a loud cry, his eyes bloodshot. The steel saber in his hand fiercely slashed at the enemy in front of him. The Khitan general with the heaven-supporting trident saw the Tang general's entire body leaning out from the horse, the saber in his hand slashing at him with a sharp whistling sound. He could not help but be shocked and hastily put the steel trident horizontally. With a clang, the saber in Yang Fan's hand broke, ending its mission. The Khitan general was overjoyed. He turned the trident and, with a bang, the handle swept across the shoulder of Yang Fan, who was trying hard to sit back on his horse. The trident swept him off his horse. A Khitan soldier rode forward and thrust his spear at Yang Fan's lower back. The Khitan general used the trident to block and shook off the spear with a clang. The sharp tip of the trident pressed tightly against Yang Fan's back. Looking at the picture of a ferocious beast on his back, he sneered and said, "This is a Tang general, tie him up." There were only 5 Zhou soldiers left in the stronghold, huddled in a corner. All of them were injured. When several Khitans leaped over the obstacles and turned around in this small circle, preparing to charge and kill them all, the 5 Zhou soldiers threw away their weapons and obediently raised their hands. However, the Khitan people did not put down the sabers in their hand. They were running around everywhere, so how could they take in captives? The Khitan people occupied an advantageous terrain in the Yellow Deer Valley. They waited at ease and used many deceptions to lure the enemy in. They also used fireworks to cause the Zhou army to trample on each other, causing countless casualties. As a result, they wiped out the Zhou cavalry with a very small price and immediately launched a one-sided massacre on the Zhou infantry. In the Yellow Deer Valley, the infantry could not resist at all. Annihilating them also did not consume much military strength. Now, other than Li Duozuo's troops guarding the rear of the supply hall and the infantry that was left far behind by their rapid march, the main force of the cavalry of the Zhou army did not amount to more than 30,000 people. In this kind of situation where they waited at ease and launched a surprise attack at night, even if the Zhou army was several times more than the Khitan army, they would still be powerless and would definitely be defeated. Moreover, it was 60,000 against 30,000. The Khitan people had the absolute advantage in military strength. When dawn broke in the east, the earth seemed to be dyed with a layer of sunlight. The ground was covered in blood and corpses were strewn everywhere. The main force of the Khitan people continued to rush towards the Tang infantry that were delayed and the rear of the army's rations and supplies. Chapter 719. The spears, knives, and swords stuck on the corpses were more vigorous than the weeds in the wilderness. The masterless warhorses walked alone on the blood-stained grassland. Occasionally, a blood-stained soldier would climb up from the pile of corpses and stagger to stand up. His intestines were either broken or he had lost limbs. He struggled slowly like a zombie. The 2 passers-by seemed to be scared silly by the endless corpses. One of them was leading a horse and walked forward stiffly. After a few steps, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. The other man in black hurriedly helped him up. The thin man who was dragged up by him stared blankly at the corpses strewn all over the battlefield. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The young man with 2 soybean-sized black moles on his cheeks looked at him uneasily and whispered, "Sovereign's kung fu is very strong. He should be safe." It was very strange that such an ugly man actually had a soft and sweet-sounding voice of a woman. It's impossible. No matter how good one's skills are in this vast army, it's impossible, the man with the thin cheeks said with a trembling voice. In the end, he didn't finish this sentence. His eyes were already glistening with sparkling and translucent tears. These 2 people were Tin Ano and Gu Zhuting. Tin Ano had been pestering Xiao Man for several days and asked her to promise him. In fact, Anu could have left without saying goodbye, but she didn't want to do so. She was a very smart woman. She knew that to get along with Xiao Man like a sister and maintain a close relationship was the key to the harmony of the family. Before Yang Fan left, he handed the family to Xiao Man. With Xiao Man's temper, if she wanted to be alone, Xiao Man wouldn't do anything to her. but the relationship between the two would inevitably become estranged. Sometimes, the incompatibility of fire and water developed from a trace of hatred and estrangement. Relationships were like gears that needed to be lubricated and maintained. When Xiaoman couldn't stand it anymore and finally agreed, Gu Zhuting immediately found out Yang Fan's team through the successor hall, and then set off to follow the trail. However, when they arrived, they only saw corpses on the ground. Endless corpses. It was as if this place was a Jura hell. Seeing Anu's despair, Gu Zhuting couldn't help but frown and said, "Anu, it's impossible to kill all of them. On our way here, didn't we see defeated soldiers in 2s and 3s? Look, there are still people alive here. Sect Master might have died in battle, but it's more likely that he's still alive. Why are you scaring yourself like this?" Anu's eyes lit up as she murmured, "Not bad. As long as we haven't found his corpse, he might not be dead. Maybe he's still alive?" Anu suddenly stood up and broke free from Gu Zhuting's support. She hurriedly ran to the corpses in front of her and examined them one by one. Gu Zhuting shook her head repeatedly. She rushed over and grabbed her, shouting, "Anu, what are you doing?" Anu said anxiously, "Master Gu, help me quickly. It'll be faster if we search together." Gu Zhuting grabbed her arm tightly and said sternly, "Anu, wake up! This isn't a solution. There are tens of thousands of corpses here. How can the two of us finish investigating? Besides, so many people died here. The Imperial Court will soon send people to clean up the aftermath. By then, how are we going to explain our identities to them?" Anu said despondently, "Then what do you think we should do? How are we going to find him?" Anu's hand grabbed Gu Zhuting's arm tightly, causing Gu Zhuting's arm bones to ache faintly. Gu Zhuting let her grab and said gently, "With just the two of us, no matter if Sect Master is dead or alive, we won't be able to find him. Anu, listen to me. The nearest place from here is 1,000 Gold Smelting City. If we go there, the soldiers of Smelting City will most likely be dispatched to deal with the corpses. If there's any news, we can inquire about it in the shortest time possible." "That's right. We can change our identities and pretend to be rich merchants passing by this place. We can do a good deed for the soldiers who died here and hold a tumi for them. It's impossible to transport the corpses of so many soldiers back. We can only cremate them and then transport the ashes back to their hometown." Anu's eyes became clear. "That's right. Only the great generals will be placed in a coffin and sent back to the capital. As for the others, they can only be cremated on the spot. If we are willing to pay for this task, everyone's identity must be verified first. Their belongings must also be sorted out separately. That way we can confirm the identity of each corpse." Gu Zhuting said, "That's right. For us to do such a good deed, we will need the cooperation of the military and the local authorities. We can also obtain more information from them. If Sect Master isn't among the dead, then Sect Master is still alive. Who knows, we might get news about Sect Master before we finish our good deed." Anu smiled and said impatiently, "Let's go. Let's go to 1,000 Gold Smelting City immediately." In a simple tent made of tree trunks and leaves, Li Jinzhong took off his shirt and laid on a pile of soft grass with his bare back. There was a wolf fang arrow stuck in his back. Because it had not been pulled out for a long time, the area around the wound was already bruised and swollen. "Khan, bear with it," a burly man who was kneeling on one knee beside him said in a rough tone. Li Jinzhong nodded and Sun Wanrong passed him a piece of cork. Li Jinzhong bit on it. The burly man pulled out a small knife and quickly cut across around the bow and arrow. He pulled it out forcefully. Li Jinzhong let out a muffled groan and the wolf fang arrow with a barb was pulled out from his back. Some dark blood flowed out. The burly man tossed the small knife in the bonfire beside him. When the blood gradually turned red, he suddenly stuck the small knife on Li Jinzhong's wound. Li Jinzhong's body tensed up. Although he was old, he was still strong. His muscles bulged and his strong arms bulged. The small knife burned Li Jinzhong's wound. When the wound was slightly scabbed, the burly man grabbed a handful of herbs. Ignoring the bitterness, he stuffed them into his mouth and chewed. He carefully applied the chewed herbs on Li Jinzhong's wound and used a piece of cloth to bandage the wound. Only then did he stand up. Luo Wuzhen handed him a water sack. The burly man's mouth was full of green and bitter, so he didn't say anything. He took the water sack, pulled out the cork and gulped down a large mouthful of water before quickly walking out of the tent. Inside the tent, Sun Wanrong, Luo Wuzhen, He Axiao and the other chitin leaders surrounded Li Jinzhong with concern. Li Jinzhong chuckled and said, "Don't worry, this old man's life is tough. I won't die. Come, help me up." Luo Wuzhen and He Axiao went forward to help him up and sat him on a haystack. Li Jinzhong asked in a deep voice, "How are our casualties?" The burly man who was treating Li Jinzhong walked out of the tent and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. The bitter taste still lingered in his mouth. His tongue was so numb that he couldn't feel it anymore. He looked around and saw a wild pear tree about 200 zhang down the slope. The branches were heavily laden with fruit. He walked down the slope with large strides. Yang Fan leaned against the thick trunk of the pear tree and sat on the ground. His hands were tied behind his back and his wrists were tied with ox tendons. Ox tendons were the most flexible thing. Even if he struggled until the ox tendons sank into his flesh and cut his wrists, he wouldn't be able to break them. There were also a few people tied up under a few trees nearby. They were all high-ranking military officers. It seemed like the Chitons weren't foolhardy people. They also knew that if they captured more high-ranking military officers, they would have the capital to bargain with the imperial court if the situation turned bad. However, Yang Fan took a closer look and didn't recognize any of the high-ranking military officers. Judging from their uniforms, they were only high-ranking military officers like Commander Ingyang and Commandant Guo Yi. They were only 1.5 ranks higher than him. There wasn't a single high-ranking military officer like Head Supervisor Yen Bengshi or Deputy Head Supervisor Zhong Huaichang. At this moment, the burly man who was treating Li Jinzhong walked under the tree and plucked 2 pears from the tree. He wiped them on his clothes and took a bite. The pears had just started to mature. They weren't bitter or sour, but they weren't sweet either. It was hard to tell what kind of taste they had, but after chewing a few times, it was very helpful in getting rid of the bitterness in the mouth. As soon as Yang Fan saw the burly man walk to his side, he stared at him. He felt that this person was somewhat familiar. After carefully identifying him, Yang Fan suddenly realized that this burly man was the chitin military officer who used the 3 heavens supporting trident last night. Even now, Yang Fan still remembered the strength of his arms. The burly man took 2 bites of the pears and realized that he was staring at him. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What, you're not convinced? Do you still want to have a duel with me?" Yang Fan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "A defeat is a defeat. How can a defeated general dare to speak bravely?" The burly man curled his lips and shook the pears in his hand, saying, all right, don't talk about literature with me. As a soldier, there's no need to be so literary. It's because of people like you that the Tang Dynasty army became so useless. Thinking back to when I was in the army, the might of the Tang Dynasty at that time. Hey!" The burly man shook his head, plucked another pear, and turned around to leave. Yang Fan's expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "What did you say? You were a soldier in the Great Zhou army?" The burly man lazily turned around and cast a glance at him. He corrected, "Not the Great Zhou, it's the Tang Dynasty. Laozi has never been a soldier for that stinky woman." Yes, Yang Fan said. "The Tang Dynasty is not the Great Zhou. You were a soldier in the Tang Dynasty army? Were you a loyal follower or a soldier?" Yang Fan thought that since he was a chitin, he shouldn't have been a regular soldier of the Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty's army was very mixed. Among them, only the prefectural army, imperial army, border army, and recruiting army were regular soldiers. As for the rest, there were too many. For example, when Li Shimin went on an expedition against Goguryeo, other than the imperial army, guards, prefectural army, and border army, there were also regimental troops from Pinglu and Lulong, Turkic, Chang, and Xianbei tribes, vassal troops from Khitan, Shi, and other vassal states, conscripts from Silla, Beech, and other temporary loyal followers. Altogether, there were hundreds of thousands of them. The burly man said, "At that time, I was a real soldier who ate military rations and received military pay. Although I was just a small squad leader, I earned my meritorious service by crawling out of a pile of corpses. I hate the border generals for being cruel. Not only did they embezzle military pay, they also oppressed my people in every possible way, treating them like bandits. Once, my squad tried to rape a girl from my tribe. As a soldier, I couldn't even protect my own people. What's the use of being a soldier? In a fit of anger, I killed that bastard and fled back to my hometown." The burly man looked at Yang Fan from head to toe and said with disdain, "You're so young, yet you're already a captain. I'm afraid you climbed so fast by hugging that Wu traitor's thigh?" Yang Fan said with a straight face, "You're wrong. I was originally a soldier under the command of the Huyuan Army's Chief Marshal, He Chi-chang. I only got where I am today because I fought in hundreds of battles." Chapter 720. You're a subordinate of Great General Blacktooth Changji? Hearing this, the burly man's interest was piqued. He turned around and squatted down next to Yang Fan. Blacktooth Changji was a native of Beech, but he had become a great general of the Tang Empire. He had spent his entire life in the military and rarely suffered a defeat. Yang Fan had spent more than half a year in the western regions and had frequent contact with Gaoshi chickens and other western regions soldiers. He knew that in the border army, especially the minority soldiers, Blacktooth Changji was worshipped like a god. Many people viewed him as a role model. The burly man surnamed Fei asked in high spirits, "Are you really a soldier of Great General Blacktooth Changji? Great General Blacktooth Changji even fought in our region. It's a pity that I was still young at the time, or else I would have joined Great General Blacktooth Changji as a soldier." Yang Fan said, "I am indeed a soldier under Great General Blacktooth Changji. Because I am a clever man, I have always been a scout under the Great General's command, and have made many contributions." Later on, Great General Blacktooth Changji was framed by a scoundrel. He didn't die on the battlefield, but lost his life in prison. We all hate him to the core. The burly man surnamed Fei worshipped Blacktooth Changji to the extreme. When mentioning Blacktooth Changji's hatred, he couldn't help but curse. The burly man surnamed Fei cursed the imperial court with spittle flying everywhere. He then glanced at Yang Fan and asked him about the situation in the western regions and how he had been promoted. Yang Fan knew that the burly man was still somewhat wary of him, so he carefully answered. He said that after Blacktooth Changji's death, Lu Shurta had taken him under his command and made him one of Great General Lu's personal guards. In a battle with the Turks, he had coincidentally saved Great General Lu's life, allowing him to be promoted step by step. This time, the imperial court had mobilized soldiers from all over the country for the northern expedition, so he had led his troops back from Helong. Yang Fan was very familiar with the Helong area. He knew the geography, scenery, environment, and even the customs there like the back of his hand. He even attributed many of the deeds of the Koshek chickens when they were scouts to himself. When this burly man was a soldier, he had been transferred to the Helong region to participate in a battle, so he had a good understanding of the local customs. He also had a good understanding of the life habits of scouts and some of the deeds of spying on the enemy. After listening to Yang Fan's explanation and verifying it with his own knowledge, this seemingly reckless but actually meticulous man truly believed Yang Fan's words. Although the two of them were still enemies, one of them had already been captured, so there was no need to fight. Thus, after this conversation, the relationship between the two of them had unknowingly become much more harmonious. The burly man surnamed Fei and Yang Fan had exchanged names. This burly man surnamed Fei was called Fei Mo. Patting on Yang Fan's shoulder, Fei Mo said with regret, "If you're just a small soldier, I can let you go. Unfortunately, you're a general of the imperial court. I can't make the decision on my own." Yang Fan replied, "I understand. You and I each serve different masters, so this is how it should be. To receive such treatment from you, this Yang is grateful. However," Yang Fan turned his head to look at the other people tied up under the trees and asked, "Why have you captured so many generals? Are you planning to sue for peace with the imperial court?" Although Fei Mo's appearance was crude, his heart wasn't. He didn't directly answer, only chuckling and saying, "We Khitans have no ambition to rule over others. We just want a way out, but the imperial court won't give us one. Otherwise, why would we be happily herding cattle on the prairie? Why would we be fighting here?" "Alright." Fei Mo patted his butt and stood up. "It's impossible for me to let you go. Since you're a former subordinate of General Blacktooth, I can take care of you and ensure that you won't be mistreated. You'll eat a bit more than the other captive. However, you'll have to be a bit more obedient. If you have any crooked ideas, I'll be the first to kill you." Yang Fan said, "Right now, this Yang is your prisoner. I'm grateful for this kind of care. I just don't understand. We have no less than 160,000 soldiers, all elites and generals. How could we suffer a crushing defeat?" Yang Fan's question scratched Fei Mo's itch. Fei Mo squatted down again and said with a self-satisfied smile, "In the eyes of you Tang people, we Khitans are weak herdsmen who only know how to herd horses and sheep. You people have never put us in your eyes. Your defeat is due to your arrogance. Do you think we Khitans are so easy to bully? Even if it's the Turkic cavalry that you fear the most, who repeatedly invaded the Tang dynasty from Liangzhou and Lingwu, why didn't they invade from our prairie and then go south? Do you think they are relying on the protection of the imperial court? Bah." Fei Mo spat heavily and said, "That's because we Khitans are not easy to deal with. We are good at fighting and are the heroes of the prairie. For a long time, we have been oppressed by the imperial court and your border generals. We have swallowed our anger and refused to resist because compared to the Tang dynasty, our people are too weak. But we have endured step by step. What did we get in exchange? In exchange, you people want a foot after giving us an inch." When Fei Mo spoke of the resentment, his eyes were about to spit fire. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "I'm just a small officer. I can't ask about these things. I'm just curious. You have 60 to 70,000 men at most, right? How could you eat up our army of 160,000? And in one gulp?" Fei Mo sneered, "That's because you are too arrogant." He told her how he had set up a bait at the entrance of the Yellow Deer Valley to lure the main force of the Zhou army to rush in. Then he used the terrain of the valley to cut off the connection between the main force of the cavalry and the infantry. He used the geographical advantage and a large number of fireworks to cause the main force of the Zhou army to collapse without fighting. The frightened horses trampled each other, causing countless deaths and injuries. As a result, they had wiped out the cavalry with a very small price. Complacently he continued, "The cavalry has been completely annihilated, your infantry is out of luck. Other than a small number of soldiers who escaped up the mountain, the rest are still living in the jungle as savages. From the Yellow Deer Valley all the way to the place where we set up the ambush yesterday, it is a flat plain, most suitable for cavalry to gallop. How could those fleeing infantry outrun our horses? They have been completely annihilated by us. We had originally planned to set up an ambush in the Yellow Deer Valley. However, along the way there were corpses everywhere. There was no time to deal with them. If you continue forward, you will definitely find something suspicious." So our Grand Marshal came up with another plan. He used the military seal he seized to write a military order. He pretended that the front line had won a great victory. He wanted you to abandon your supplies and march at full speed to participate in the encirclement and annihilation. Hey! Sure enough, you came obediently. After traveling day and night, you ran until your men and horses were exhausted. There was no way you could fight. Moreover, the cavalry and infantry were dragging their feet and completely separated from each other. It was difficult for them to coordinate with each other. From the way you marched, it is obvious that you did not take us seriously at all. If you did not lose, who would? Yang Fan thought of the Grand Steward Yin, who was dressed like a golden-armored deity. He could not help but laugh bitterly. After a moment of silence he asked, "You have the military seal and can forge the military order. However, the Grand General's signature on it, is it also forged?" Fei Mo smiled and said, "This signature is genuine. It was personally written by your right Jin Wu Wei General, Zhang Xuanyu." Yang Fan secretly clenched his teeth. Fei Mo became even more complacent when she saw that he was angry. She said, "Your troops were trapped in the valley like a herd of cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Tens of thousands of troops were stuck in the valley, and before we could even make a move, they trampled over each other in panic. The number of casualties was innumerable. We easily annihilated the most difficult part of your main force and captured your commander alive. That left Jin Wu Wei General, Chao Rinshi, refused to sign his name on the forged military order. Our Khan chopped off his dog head. As a result, your right Jin Wu Wei General, Zhang Xuanyu, was so scared that his face turned ashen. He hurriedly signed his name. From the beginning to the end, he did not even dare to let out a fart. The corner of Yang Fan's eyes twitched. He said with hatred, "Underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly caused the deaths of 100,000 soldiers in the front line. It is already a sin that cannot be redeemed even with 100 deaths. Furthermore, you are afraid of death and sent 60,000 soldiers in the rear into the tiger's mouth." Zhang Xuanyu. What a Zhang Xuanyu? Fei Mo smiled and said, "You don't have to blame him so much. After your army of 100,000 was annihilated, the remaining 60,000 soldiers were destined to die. Without that forged military order, you all would have died all the same. That military order isn't of much use to you, it's only useful to us. With this military order, we were able to easily destroy your rear line. Including the dead and injured, there were less than 10,000 soldiers, and this includes the casualties from attacking your supply." Yang Fan was shocked and involuntarily cried out, "You also attacked our supply camp?" Fei Mo said, "Since we killed the snake, we naturally had to follow up with another attack. The infantry behind you were even worse off. When we attacked overnight, most of them were sleeping like dead pigs. It was not easy to wake some of them up, but their legs were weak and they had no strength to raise their hand. They couldn't even kill a chicken. We dealt with them as if we were chopping melons and vegetables. After that, we rushed straight to your supply camp. We thought that the supply camp would be the easiest to deal with, but we did not know who was the one escorting the rations. He dug pits for horses, set up spears for horses, and even brought many thorns to block the way. He even built a wooden wall outside the camp, and the sentries were 10 li away. Damn it, in Tang territory, we only stayed for one night and had to leave early in the morning. Was there a need to go through so much trouble? In the end, the ambush did not succeed. It was only when the sky was bright that we cleared the perimeter and approached the camp. Seeing that they could not hold on any longer, the general took the initiative to give up the rations and gathered the remaining soldiers to escape to Horse City. Damn it, as the vanguard, I originally wanted to annihilate them all. But the general who was transporting the rations set the camp on fire before he left. If we had chased after him, the rations would have been burnt to a crisp. Left with no choice, I could only turn back to save the rations." Yang Fan blurted out, "The rations were burnt to a crisp?" Fei Mo laughed, "In your dreams. Although half of the rations were burnt, The amount we saved is enough for us to eat for a month. Yang Fan was greatly disappointed. After a moment of silence, he said, "The general in charge of transporting the rations is called Li Duozhua. If he had been the commander-in-chief, I'm afraid, we might not have been completely wiped out." Sigh. Since General Li returned to Hor City, what about the general in charge? Even Chief Steward Yen was captured alive by you? Fei Mo said, "We did not see that Chief Steward Yen, but your Deputy Chief Steward Zhong Huaichang was trapped by us. We wanted to capture him alive, but he ended up killing himself." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but fall silent. At this time, someone shouted from the hillside, "Fei Mo, prepare to reorganize the army, we are moving into the mountains." Fei Mo hastily agreed and hurriedly said to Yang Fan, "If you know your place, you won't have to suffer much. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." She then hurriedly ran up the hill. Yang Fan tried to break free from the ropes but gave up in the end, thinking, "We are already in the mountains, and we still have to move into the mountains? That's right, no wonder I haven't seen any women or children. Their base shouldn't be here. If we reach their base, the security will be lax. With Fei Mo's friendship, we might have a chance to escape." Chapter 721. The 160,000-strong army of the Wu Zhou dynasty was completely annihilated. Other than Li Duozhua, who was escorting the rations, the rest of the generals were all captured. The left Eagle Guards General Chao Renshur was beheaded, the right Golden Guards General Zhang Xuanyu and the new Minister of Agriculture Ma Renjia were captured, the chief of the army Yen Bengshi died in the chaos, and the deputy chief of the army Zhong Huaichu committed suicide. When the news reached the capital, the entire court was in an uproar. How long had it been since the imperial court suffered such a defeat? Even when facing powerful enemies like the Turks and Tubo, the imperial court had suffered defeats from time to time, but it had never been defeated so quickly or so miserably. An army of 160,000 was instantly annihilated, and almost all of the generals were captured in one fell swoop. This was something unimaginable in the past. Wu Zetian felt as if she had been hit in the head with a stick. The Wu Zhou dynasty's greatest and only achievement was the recovery of the 4 towns of Anxi. Before this, there was nothing to write home about. She did not expect to suffer such a heavy defeat in the blink of an eye, especially at the hands of the Khitans who were never taken seriously by the imperial court. The imperial court was in a state of panic. The initial disdain and confidence towards the Khitans turned into extreme fear in the blink of an eye. 160,000 people meant 160,000 families. As the news spread, the entire Tang Empire was in a miserable state. Countless parents, wives, and children wore mourning clothes and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Wu Zetian originally planned to let Wu Sanxi be the ambassador of Yuguan Road and lead the army to Xingzhou as the second army to suppress the rebels. In fact, her main goal was to let this nephew of hers be gilded. Although the military system was controlled by the Wu clan had never made any contributions in the war. In the army, a group of generals who did not make any contributions would never have a solid foundation. Wu Qingxi's health was poor and he was often bedridden in recent years. Otherwise, Wu Zetian might have sent this nephew to the front lines as well, allowing these 2 nephews of the Wu clan to establish their own military might. But now Wu Zhou's 160,000-strong army was annihilated in a single battle. The entire court was shaken and Wu Zetian did not dare to act rashly. Both of her nephews were born scholars. When they were young, she changed their surnames to Wei and exiled them to the border. Every day they had to work hard for food. Later on, when she wanted to ascend the throne, she found that outsiders were unreliable and she had to rely on the Wu family. She pardoned her nephews and brought them back to the capital. She entrusted them with important tasks. However, these 2 nephews had never commanded an army of dozens of people before. But almost all the famous generals left behind in the Tang dynasty were killed by her. Moreover, the more the Wu clan's generals were defeated, the more she needed the Wu clan's generals to fight a great victory to consolidate the Wu clan's position in the army. Therefore, Wu Zetian decided to send Wu Yi as the second general to suppress the rebels. Wu Yi had always been in charge of the Yulin Guard for her. He had been in the army for the longest time and was the most familiar with the army among the second generation of the Wu clan. Wu Zetian immediately issued an edict. She appointed Wu Yi as the right general of the Wu clan. He was to recruit soldiers and horses to lead the attack on the Khitans. At the same time, she appointed Chen Ziong and Qiao Zhizhi as his advisors. Unable to gather so many soldiers and horses in a short time, Wu Zetian ordered all the imprisoned prisoners to be escorted to the capital so that they could atone for their crimes. At the same time, she recruited soldiers and formed a new expeditionary army. She also ordered all the provinces to the east of Taihang Mountains to build up a cavalry regiment to be ready for support. The furious Wu Zetian did not discuss with the Prime Minister this time. She used her arbitrary power to quickly make a decision. She angrily returned to the inner court. Suddenly, she remembered Li Zhaoda, who had helped Sun Wanrong obtain a third-rank official position. She immediately vented her anger on him. She ordered him to be immediately escorted to the execution ground to be executed. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi heard this and immediately mentioned Lai Junchen. In a rage, Wu Zetian ordered Lai Junchen to be beheaded as well. Li Zhaoda was imprisoned because of Lai Junchen's impeachment. Today, he was going to be executed on the same day as Lai Junchen. Needless to say, this major event to a certain extent diverted the court's investigation of the defeat. It must be known that Chao Rinshi, Zhang Xuanyu, Ma Xiaojie, Yan Bengshi, Zhong Huaichu, and the other generals were all under the Wu clan. Only Li Duozhua, who was responsible for escorting the provisions, could be considered as a neutral party. On the day of the execution, the streets of Luoyang turned out. The execution site was packed with people. The execution site was located in the North City. All the shops in the North City did not open for business that day. Even the businessmen went to watch the execution. The number one ruthless official of the Wu Zhou dynasty, who was also the undying cockroach, Lai Junchen, was finally going to be executed. On the same day, the one who was going to be executed was the Prime Minister Li Zhaoda, who had dominated the court for the past few years. This was no small matter. Li Zhaoda and Lai Junchen had wooden balls stuffed in their mouth. Dressed in the clothes of condemned prisoners, they were escorted to the execution ground. This system of wooden balls began in the 4th year of the emperor's reign. That year, Wu Zetian executed the crown prince's emissary, Hao Xiangxian. Hao Xiangxian cursed loudly and vehemently on the execution ground, listing all of Wu Zetian's crimes. He even mentioned the scandal of her adultery with Xue Hui. Wu Zetian was very embarrassed. From then on, whenever the court executed a criminal, wooden balls would be stuffed in his mouth, so that he could not say a word on the execution ground. Li Zhaoda and Lai Junchen had wooden balls stuffed in their mouth. Their cheeks were squeezed to the point that their cheeks were somewhat deformed. They were pulled by the prison cart and slowly approached the execution ground. Although Li Zhaoda was a bit too domineering and was hated by hundreds of officials, he still had an excellent reputation among the people. When the people saw Prime Minister Li's disheveled hair and dirty face, they couldn't help but sigh sadly. However, in a normal dynasty, the people of the capital would probably never see the scene of a prime minister being executed in their lifetime. But in the Wu and Zhou dynasty, the people of Luoyang, not to mention the imperial princes, had seen the prime minister executed several times. Although they sighed for him, they weren't too shocked. Next was Lai Junchen. When Lai Junchen was escorted to the execution ground, a strange scene appeared. The people were crowded there. Countless heads were moving. Their eyes were fixed on Lai Junchen, who had the word "death" stuck on his back on the prison cart. But strangely, not a single sound was made. Everyone was staring at him. The scene was abnormally quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. Li Xiaoda was escorted to the execution ground. He was forced to kneel in the direction of the executioner. Then, Lai Junchen was escorted to the execution platform. Lai Junchen's usual awe-inspiring and domineering aura was nowhere to be seen. A large wooden ball was stuffed into his mouth. Even breathing was somewhat difficult. His twisted face no longer had any of its former handsomeness. Li Xiaoda was speechless. But as he watched Lai Junchen dejectedly being dragged to the execution platform, a happy smile appeared in Li Xiaoda's eyes. He couldn't laugh, but he raised his pale head. It was clear that he was laughing. Li Xiaoda's shoulders shook. He laughed silently for a long time. Then he slowly closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes and flowed down his cheeks. Lai Junchen was different. From start to finish, Lai Junchen did not even glance at his old enemy. His head was always turned in the direction of the imperial palace. When he was dragged to the execution platform and pressed to the ground, he still stretched his neck and stared in the direction of the imperial city. He only hoped that a rider would gallop over and shout, "Spare him." It wasn't that the Empress had never done something like this before. Back then, the deputy minister of the imperial censor, Wei Yuanzhong, had been spared death by the Empress before his execution. Lai Junchen had always believed that he was loyal and devoted to the Empress. He had killed so many enemies for the Empress. The Empress was able to ascend the throne and sit firmly on it. He had played a great role in it. The Empress would never kill him. He hoped and hoped. When the executioner dryly read the imperial edict, he didn't hear a word. When the executioner pulled off the plaque with the word, "Death," on his shoulder, he didn't notice at all. He was like a puppy abandoned by its owner. He stared in the direction of his home, hoping that its owner would change his mind. A noose was placed around Li Xiaoda's neck. The Empress was gracious and granted him a complete corpse. The noose was suddenly pulled up. Li Xiaoda's body flew into the air. Because he was suffocating, his body began to violently and strangely twist. But what was surprising was that at this time, not a single person looked at the Prime Minister's death. Countless gazes were fixed on Lai Junchen. Many people's palms were wet with sweat. The corners of their eyes twitched nervously and their hearts beat like drums. They seemed to be worried about something, and also seemed nervous about something. It was a strange kind of fear. Lai Junchen suddenly came to his senses. His gaze, which had not moved for a moment, moved from the direction of the imperial palace to the execution platform. On the execution platform, Chen Dong, the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice, expressionlessly pulled out a blood-colored punishment stick from the container and fiercely threw it in front of the platform. He shouted coldly, "Execute!" Lai Junchen suddenly understood. The imperial edict of pardon would never come. The Empress had truly abandoned him. He suddenly bounced up from the ground. It was very difficult to stand up from kneeling so straight, but Lai Junchen actually jumped up in an instant. He couldn't make a sound. His eyes were abnormally wide, as if the corners of his eyes had cracked. He stared fixedly in the direction of the imperial palace. He looked at the corner of the eaves and the Dubhe Tower that towered into the clouds. His mind felt dizzy. Without waiting for the 2 executioners' assistants to push him down, his knees buckled, and he once again knelt heavily on the execution platform. Crack! The sharp demon head blade slid across his neck. This strike of the executioner had used the best strike of his entire life. The blade accurately slid through the crack between the bones of Lai Junchen's neck. There was not the slightest bit of obstruction. His head, along with a mouthful of fresh blood, sprayed out more than 3 meters before landing heavily on the ground. It rolled forward a few times before stopping. Lai Junchen's headless corpse slowly fell forward, and with a thud it fell to the ground. At this time, Li Xiaoda's corpse had just stopped trembling for the last time. The execution platform continued to maintain a frightening silence. This was something that had never happened before. When the executioner looked towards the crowd with some surprise, the crowd suddenly erupted into a tsunami of shouts. Countless people charged towards the platform, and the silk slaves responsible for holding the ropes to block the spectating commoners were like scarecrows. In the blink of an eye, they were drowned by the boiling crowd. Countless people surged onto the execution platform, fighting to tear apart Lai Junshin's corpse. There was one person who charged at the very front, pouncing on Lai Junshin's body like a wolf, viciously biting off a piece of flesh. Before he could swallow it, he was dragged to one side by the frenzied commoners, and then even more people filled up the gap he had left behind like ants. This person bit down on a mouthful of flesh, and laughed wildly at the sky. His name was Duan Jian. Chapter 722. When Lai Junshin abandoned the market, his corpse should have been exposed to the sun for 3 days. However, many people rushed onto the stage and pushed aside the officials to eat his flesh. In a flash, Lai Junshin's flesh and bones were separated. His eyes were peeled off his face, his stomach and heart were exposed, and he was trampled into mud. On the lovely spring stage, Zhang Yizhi followed closely behind Wu Zetian, who was wandering among the flowers. He vividly described the scene of today's execution to her. "Oh? Lai Junshin is so hateful?" Wu Zetian sensed something and immediately stopped in her tracks, asking Zhang Yizhi. After receiving Zhang Yizhi's accurate answer, Wu Zetian became furious. "I have been deceived by him. This person is so hated by the people. He must have committed a heinous crime and deserved to die. He should be punished by the Qi clan and the people of Feng Shui. Issue an imperial edict to confiscate their families and banish them to be slaves." Lai Junshin used his death to successfully divert the attention of the court and the people from the defeat of the rebel army. He also used his shattered body and bones to confiscate his entire family, turning the people's sorrow for the death of their loved ones into anger for his execution. Lai Junshin was used to the fullest by his master, displaying all the light and heat. Thousand Gold Smelting was located in the northeast of Ma City. This area was rich in iron ores, and many ores were exposed on the surface, so there was no need to dig deep. The border regions were the most war-ridden, so the demand for iron was especially strong. As a result, there were many local blacksmiths who used indigenous methods to smelt iron. After a long time, they gathered to form a city known as Thousand Gold Smelting. Up to this day, Thousand Gold Smelting already had many large-scale iron mines and smithing shops. Because of this, the city did not lack ironware, nor did it lack valiant and powerful men. The reason why the Khitans did not set their sights on this small city was because, although it was small, it was not easy to deal with. Gu Zhuting and Tin Ano had made up their minds. They changed their identities and hired a few servants before rushing to Thousand Gold Smelting. At this moment, the news of the Great Zhou Army's defeat and the Great Zhou Army's corpses had already spread. Everyone in Thousand Gold Smelting City was in a state of panic. The county magistrate, Li Luoyun, was a jinshi in the 2nd year of his life. His wife had been working hard for many years to become a mother-in-law. With great difficulty, he used his outstanding political achievements, and with the addition of his connections from top to bottom, he found himself a 7th-ranked county magistrate. He had only been in the Thousand Gold Smelting for less than a month, and he had already encountered such an incident. He had just taken up his post, so he did not know how to handle the many low-ranking officials who had served here for many years and had a deep foundation, such as the registrar, the county lieutenant, or even the many low-ranking officials who had complicated relationships with each other. After hearing the news, he wanted to send the county lieutenant to investigate, but the county lieutenant was worried that they might run into the Khitan troops on the way, so he made an excuse and refused to go. The registrar reacted faster than the county lieutenant and immediately claimed to be ill and bedridden. County Magistrate Li was a loyal and good official, so he could not order others around. He had to change into a set of casual clothes and personally went to investigate openly and secretly with a few yamen runners. After confirming that the Khitan people had already plundered the grain and entered the mountains after the great victory, he returned to the county. After coming out of the Yellow Deer Valley, the surroundings were very desolate and there were no cities. Thousand Gold Smelting City was the nearest county to the battlefield. Even if they were not willing to show up, when the government officials got the news, they would inevitably be responsible for the burial of the dead soldiers. Instead of that, it was better to take the initiative to show up, which could also increase his political achievements. County Magistrate Lee made up his mind and consulted with the registrar and the county lieutenant. Since there was no danger outside the city, the county lieutenant's original busy matter was immediately solved, and the illness of the registrar also recovered without treatment. The two also knew that this was a political achievement, so they really wanted to cooperate with the new county magistrate. If this matter was done well, everyone would be rewarded, and the two could get closer to the new county magistrate. After all, the new county magistrate was the main official of the county, so they could not be too stubborn. But whether it was sending workers to collect the corpses or to cremate them, which did not need money. Before the previous county magistrate left office, he desperately spent the savings that the county had accumulated for many years, and there was nothing left. If they wanted to live beyond their means, the county itself would have a hard time in the future. Because of this, the registrar in charge of money and grain retreated. County Magistrate Lee thought about it and felt that this money could only fall on the few big iron mines and big blacksmith shops in the county. He planned to invite the local rich people who made a fortune by smelting iron in the county and use the county magistrate's reputation to raise a sum of money. At this time, Tin Ano and Gu Zhuting arrived at the county. Gu Zhuting disguised herself as a rich merchant, and Tin Ano disguised himself as her servant. They took the initiative to find the county magistrate Li Luoyun, willing to do a great charity for the fallen soldiers. She would pay for the workers to collect the corpses, buy the coal needed for the cremation of the corpses, and buy more than 10,000 urns for ashes. This amount of money was not small. If County Magistrate Lee solicited donations, he would only be able to cover the initial expenses, and he still had to apply for the follow-up funds. Now that he met a great philanthropist with a huge amount of money, it was really a blessing from the heavens. He hurriedly cooperated with Gu Zhuting and claimed that he would ask the imperial court to reward Gu Zhuting for her righteous deed. With County Magistrate Lee's cooperation, Gu Zhuting ordered a large number of urns for ashes from a place that produced pottery and arranged a cremation site outside of Thousand Gold Smelting City. This city was mainly used for metallurgy, so it had a large reserve of coal and charcoal. As long as one had the money, they could directly buy them from the big iron mines. As for the furnace for refining the corpses, they directly used some old iron smelting furnaces that had already been scrapped. The local iron ore merchants were not stingy. The majority of the righteous act was taken care of by the great philanthropist who was passing by. They took the initiative to reduce the excavation and production tasks of their iron ore mines during this period of time, freeing up a large number of laborers to collect the bodies of the Zhou army's fallen soldiers. For the miners and blacksmiths, there was money to be made in any kind of work. This work was even easier than forging iron and mining. The people at the border were used to seeing life and death, so they did not hate or fear corpses. Naturally, they were willing to do it. In a short period of time, a large number of corpses were continuously transported to Thousand Gold Smelting City, where they began to refine the corpses and collect the ashes. County Magistrate Lee organized a large number of civil servants and persuaded the scholars of the county to come forward to help. They registered each corpse in advance, put their belongings into bags, and marked them. Such a scene was certainly lively, but when the corpses were constantly transported in, and the corpse refining furnace spewed out flames day and night, refining the once living lives into urns of snow-white bone ashes. No one was happy, even those miners and blacksmiths who were paid daily. Tin Ano was even more tormented. She could not eat or sleep in peace if there was no news from Yang Fan for a day. Every time a corpse was sent to her, she would be frightened. During this period of time, County Magistrate Li really regarded Gu Zhuting as his living bodhisattva. No matter how much information County Magistrate Li got from the soldiers who escaped to the city, Gu Zhuting could get the same information from County Magistrate Li. She and Anu gradually learned about the whole battle, and also learned that some generals were captured alive by the Khitans. Although this time, the Zhou army underestimated the enemy and fell into the ambush, resulting in the death of 160,000 soldiers, it was impossible to kill all of them. The so-called total annihilation only meant that the Zhou army could not keep any organized troops and completely lost the ability to fight. The surviving soldiers escaped one after another. Most of them moved towards Thousand Gold City, which was the nearest to them. Anu's favorite thing to do every day was to see the Zhou army coming from afar. Although Thousand Gold City had taken in 3,000 to 4,000 wounded and defeated soldiers in the past few days, she did not see the face that she was most familiar with. After all, it gave her hope. During this period of time, they also contacted the branch of Succession Hall in the north. Although Succession Hall was weak in the local area, they still tried their best to help. They sent people to nearby places such as Ma City and Lulong to investigate all the soldiers who were lucky enough to escape, hoping to find traces of Yang Fan. However, the core strength of the Succession Hall wasn't much. Many of the branches didn't know the identity of the suzerain, and they didn't even know the existence of the Succession Hall. The Succession Hall controlled them completely through economic means, so they didn't know who the person they were looking for was. These people who were sent to various cities only knew that their master's business mainly relied on a rich merchant, and the person they were looking for had a very close relationship with that rich merchant. If they found this person, not only would they be able to curry favor with that rich merchant, but their masters would also be able to obtain more business, and the person who found Yang Fan would also be rewarded with a generous reward, so they worked especially hard. The towering ancient trees isolated the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. Here, whether it was the neighing of horses or the shouts of people, it only served to make the valley even more tranquil. There was no sense of clamor. At the edge of the dense forest, there was a patch of green grass, and the sun was shining on the grass. Yang Fan, who was being searched for thousands of times, was lying on the soft grass, shaking a green foxtail in boredom. He squinted his eyes and let the warm sun shine on him. The forest here was deep and dense, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Along the way, Yang Fan, who had his eyes wide open, was already confused. There were mountains and trees all along the way, and there was no obvious sign at all. They were all similar mountains, rivers and trees, so he could not remember the way at all. There were about a dozen generals who were captured together with Yang Fan. At this moment, they were scattered on this hillside, standing or standing. Yang Fan was not familiar with these people. Zhang Xuanyu and Ma Renjie, the highest-ranking officers among the captured generals, were heavily guarded by the Khitans. They were detained in a cave on the other side of the mountain. Even during the time when they were out, Yang Fan and the others did not see them. The cave was damp and dark. If one did not bask in the sun, even if one did not suffer from arthritis, being locked up in the cave for 3 days would cause one to fall ill. Therefore, even though he felt that the sun was somewhat fierce, Yang Fan was still reluctant to return to the cave. This was the only place in front of the cave where they could move around. In the distance, Feyamo walked over. Although they were enemies, Feyamo very much liked to chat with Yang Fan. When it came to the darkness of the court, Yang Fan would curse with him. When it came to the tragic death of the Blacktooth Great General, Yang Fan would feel regret with him. When it came to the oppression and extortion of the Khitans by the border generals, Yang Fan would express deep sympathy for him. Fei Mo wasn't lacking in scheming. Although Yang Fan felt that this was a deliberate response to lower Fei Mo's wariness and get closer to her, Fei Mo could tell that his attitude came from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, although they were still enemies, Fei Mo increasingly liked to chat with him. Whenever he had time, he would come over to Yang Fan's place. When Yang Fan heard the heavy footsteps, the lightly swaying foxtail grass stopped. He could tell that it was Fei Mo's voice. He had always felt that even though he was captured, he should still do something. However, he could not think of what he could do. It was only last night that he finally thought of an idea. Therefore, he waited for Fei Mo the entire day. Fei Mo finally came. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yang Fan hummed and continued to shake the foxtail grass in his hand. Chapter 723. It's rare to see a captive like you behave like this. Fei Mo walked over and saw Yang Fan's carefree expression. He couldn't help but find it both funny and annoying. He mocked him and sat down next to Yang Fan. He handed over a grass leaf larger than his palm that contained a handful of mulberries. Some of them were ripe and dark purple, emitting a sweet fragrance. Some were even bright red. It's bad enough being a captive. Do you want to torture yourself every day with a bitter expression? Yang Fan smiled and sat up. He threw away the green foxtail grass and took the mulberries wrapped in the grass leaf. He picked one up and threw it into his mouth. The flesh was thick, slightly sour, and extremely sweet. It was indeed delicious. Yang Fan asked Fei Mo, "You've already sent people to the capital?" Fei Mo nodded. "Yes. They've already been gone for 2 days. When the Grand Marshal was a hostage in the Central Plains, he had several guards with him. They are all very familiar with the situation in the Central Plains. This time, he sent one of them." Yang Fan shook his head. "I don't think it'll be very effective." Fei Mo glanced at him. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan threw another mulberry into his mouth. "That's right. You have won many battles, but the imperial court has never paid any attention to you. The more battles you win, the less the Empress will be able to lower herself to negotiate peace with you. If it was the Tubo or the Turks, there might be room for negotiation, but you," Fei Mo said, "we've captured more than 10 of your generals. If that Wu woman doesn't agree, none of you will live." Yang Fan sneered. "Old Fei, do you think this is a war between your two tribes? You've captured a few of their leaders, and you want them to use cattle, sheep, and pastures to redeem them? This is the imperial court. Whether it's for the dignity of the Empress or the imperial court, they will never lower their heads to you." Fei Mo's dark face turned red. "All along, when the imperial court wants us to fight, we will send troops. We will prepare our own food, weapons, and horses. We will first fight with Emperor Taizong, then listen to Emperor Gaozong's orders. When the imperial court wants us to pay tribute, we will pay. Every year, we will choose the best furs and fattest cattle to pay tribute. But how does the imperial court treat us? Your border armies are not guarding our outer perimeter to protect us, the subjects of the imperial court. Instead, they are guarding our inner perimeter. The Turks are relying on us to defend, but you are guarding against us as if we are thieves. We are exchanging our cattle and sheep with the Han people in the border regions for some rations, but your border generals are still collecting heavy taxes. We don't want much right now. We are still willing to respect the imperial court as our master. We only want to be treated less harshly, less oppressed. Allow us to trade cattle and sheep with you Han people on equal terms, and withdraw your so-called border armies. Is to be. This is too much." Yang Fan said, "From your point of view, it's certainly righteous and confident. But you must understand that you are not the Tubo or the Turks, you are not a country. You do not have the right to rebel first, kill the soldiers of the court, capture the generals of the court, and then negotiate with the court, haggling over the terms. With regards to your actions, the only option left for the imperial court is to strike down harshly and kill one to serve as a warning to others. If the imperial court agrees to your request, it won't just be a matter of face. The imperial court's territory is huge, and there are many tribes like you. If they make an exception for you today, others will follow suit. What will the imperial court do then? Fei Mo went silent for a moment before she sneered. If there's nothing to talk about, then let's continue. However, since the imperial court has abandoned you, you are no longer of any use. When our messengers bring back bad news from the imperial court, the Khan will definitely execute you. Yang Fan placed the mulberries on the grass and lay down facing the sky. Using his arms as a pillow, he sighed and said, I did not die in the midst of thousands of horses and horses. I am already very lucky to be able to live this long. If I can't avoid death in the end, I have nothing to regret. However, if I die, I won't be lonely on the road to hell. Anyway, it won't be long before you come to accompany me. Fei Mo spat out a mouthful of saliva and scolded, Don't talk about bad luck. I won't die. Is your imperial court's army very powerful? An army of 160,000 was still swallowed by us in one gulp. Yang Fan raised a finger and leisurely wagged it. You can't say it like that. This time, the imperial court suffered a great loss because they were too arrogant. From the generals to the soldiers, not a single one of them took you seriously. Next time, do you think the imperial court's army will still be so careless? Fei Mo sneered and didn't say anything. She thought to herself, Do you think we placed all our hopes on the imperial court to sue for peace? We didn't just prepare one hand for this. However, this was an extremely confidential matter. Even though Yang Fan was already a prisoner and she wasn't afraid of him leaking it, Fei Mo still couldn't say anything. Yang Fan continued, You were also a soldier, so you must know some stories from ancient times. Look at those roving bandits. Which one of them can stir up the slightest wave? Regardless of the final outcome, those who once had glory must grasp 2 points. Fei Mo's expression changed. She hurriedly asked, What 2 points? Yang Fan said, First, there must be a stable base. There must be people to control and food to gather. Those who roam everywhere without a base won't be able to last more than a few days. Fei Mo was silent for a moment. What about the second point? Yang Fan said, Second, there must be a clear position. You must let the world know what you want and what you are fighting for. Moreover, what you want is what the world wants. Only then will a just cause be supported by many. Chen Xing and Wu Guang are just 2 bumpkins, but they both know to shout, Slay the tyrannical Qin to rally the world. Shang Tang rebelled against Xia, saying, Time is lost, I will die with you. Fan Chong of the Red Eyebrows Army, an illiterate man, also knows to shout, Those who kill shall die, those who injure shall suffer. Zhang Jiao said, The heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise. The year is 60 years old, the world is prosperous. Wang Meng forged the heavenly mandate. Emperor Guangwu of Han said, The Lu family will rise again, the Li family will assist. As for our dynasty, let me ask you, what do you have? Fei Mo retorted, All nonsense. Do you think we, the Khitan tribe, can become an independent country or even overthrow the Tang dynasty? If we say that, it will really be considered a rebellion. The imperial court will not rest until we are annihilated. Yang Fan said, Do you think that because you have not shouted the slogan of independence or overthrowing the Great Zhou, your actions are not considered a rebellion? During the rebellion of the 7 kings of Han, although they did not dare to shout the slogan of rebellion, they still shouted Purge the Emperor's side, kill Chao Kuo to tell the world that their intention is Chao Kuo, not the Emperor, so that the world will not join forces to punish them. Fei Mo fell into deep thought. After a while, she slowly said, What slogan can we shout? Yang Fan said, Wu and Zhou are in power, but the common people still think of Li Tang. If you can shout the slogan of supporting Li Tang, supporting Prince of Xiang Li Dan, and supporting Prince of Luling Li Xian, then you will be able to comply with the will of the heavens and the people. The common people will not oppose you so strongly, and if the imperial court wants to deal with you, it will also cause all kinds of criticism. Fei Mo's eyes brightened. Slapping her thigh, she exclaimed, "Wow! It really is a good idea. If we do it this way, we will have a good reason to attack and will instead make the imperial court look unjust. If the imperial court sends an army, the officers and soldiers who are determined to restore Li Tang will not go all out to suppress us." Yang Fan smiled. "Exactly," Fei Mo said excitedly. "I will go talk to the Khan and the Grand Marshal." Fei Mo jumped up and walked away. Yang Fan secretly let out a sigh of relief. After getting along with Fei Mo for a few days, he knew that Fei Mo's mind wasn't as rough as his appearance. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to convince him. Seeing Fei Mo leave, Yang Fan picked up the bag of mulberries. Blowing away a few ants that had crawled onto it, he picked up a mulberry and tossed it into his mouth. It tasted very sweet. After a while, heavy footsteps came from behind him. Yang Fan turned his head and saw that Fei Mo had returned and was once again in front of him. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Fei Mo's face was gloomy. Emphasizing each word, she said, "You are using me, aren't you?" Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Pretending to be calm, he asked, "Why do you say that?" Fei Mo said, "You are a former subordinate of Great General He Chi-chang, and Great General He Chi-chang was harmed by the Zhou Imperial Court. You must hate Zhou and hope to restore Li Tang. You gave me this idea because you hope to use us Khitans to exert pressure on the Imperial Court and force the Emperor to not dare to tamper with the Crown Prince selection, am I right?" Yang Fan's goal was too obvious. He and the Khitans were enemies, so there was no reason for him to help them think of an idea that would allow them to gain a foothold in the name of righteousness. As long as Fei Mo changed her mind, it would be hard not to guess his intentions. Yang Fan made up his mind and straightforwardly said, "That's right. I am using you to work for the two princes of Li Tang. I don't like this imperial court, and I also don't like a woman becoming the emperor. In order to protect her power, she wantonly kills. But my idea isn't harmful to you, is it?" Fei Mo chuckled. "That's right. As long as it can cause trouble for that woman, it is a good idea. I came back to tell you not to treat me as a fool." Fei Mo turned around and left with a hearty laugh. After these few days of interaction, Fei Mo had long understood Yang Fan's attitude. This Zhou general clearly loathed his emperor and the Zhou imperial court, so he was not surprised that Yang Fan would help him come up with this idea. This slogan could obviously improve their awkward situation. Although the Han people would not join them because of this, they were Khitans and not Li Tang's imperial court. But if that woman wanted to recruit troops to quell the rebellion, there would not be so many people who would join. Seeing Fei Mo leave laughing, Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was an excellent opportunity. The forces loyal to the Li Tang Empire were gradually recovering and secretly seizing power. If the Khitans were used as pressure to force the imperial court to adjust its policies, the Li Tang Empire's forces would undoubtedly further recover and develop rapidly. However, to achieve this, it was not enough to just rely on the Khitans to shout this slogan. Someone in the imperial court had to cooperate. Now that Yang Fan was in the hands of the enemy, he could not play a leading role in this matter. But he believed that the old fellows of the Heaven Observation Division would keenly grasp this opportunity. Old Great-Grandfather Li and the other old foxes of the 7 sects and 5 families would not let go of this opportunity. Di Renjie and the other exiled prime ministers and important ministers would not be indifferent when they heard this slogan. Taiping, that cunning little fox, would also not let this great opportunity slip from his grasp. Thinking of this, Yang Fan could not help but sigh softly. Being captured by the enemy as a captive could have an unprecedented impact on the imperial court. This was really unexpected. But how could he escape with his life? This was not something that could be done with a pair of sharp tongues. Chapter 724. By the time Ning Ku entered Luoyang, the emperor had already sternly rejected the Khitans' conditions for peace talks. The Khitans, having their conditions rejected, once again invaded Hebei. At the same time, they raised a clear political slogan: "Return our Prince of Xiang and Luling." The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, were the only two surviving sons of Emperor Li Ji. Both of them had once been crowned emperor, but they had been deposed by Wu Zetian. Li Xian had been demoted to the Prince of Luling and had actually been placed under house arrest in Fangzhou. Li Dan had become the crown prince from emperor, but everyone knew that he was just a decoration. For Wu Zetian, the Khitans had raised the banner of injustice for Li Xian and Li Dan. This was far more damaging than the complete annihilation of the 160,000 soldiers. She impatiently wanted to reorganize the army and fight again to exterminate these rebels, but she had never been able to gather enough soldiers. When Princess Taiping heard the news of Yang Fan's disappearance, she was also deeply worried and secretly ordered people to search for him. She deeply regretted that she had recklessly suggested that Yang Fan should return to the army, resulting in a grave mistake. But when the Khitans announced their political program, even though she knew that this was a slogan meant to reduce resistance and bewitch people, it was not impossible to use it. Even though Princess Taiping's mind was in a mess, she still keenly sensed this opportunity. She immediately put her disorderly mind in order and began to make arrangements. In the last few years, Princess Taiping had used her brilliant political skills to gradually subdue a group of people and secretly control a number of positions in the court. However, on the one hand, she needed to continue to conceal her own strength, and on the other hand, she truly did not have the strength to openly compete with Wu Qingxi, Wu Sanxi, and Zhang Erzhang, so the positions she obtained were not particularly important. But these positions, which were usually not particularly important, played an extremely important role in times of war. These positions were all related to logistics, supplies, armaments, provisions, and even household management. Under normal circumstances, these positions were neither glamorous nor powerful. Most importantly, they were in charge of personnel, finance, military, and justice. However, at this critical moment, Princess Taiping's instigation of those who were placed in these positions to slack off and reduce the efficiency of the court's operations played a great role. Wu Zetian had no idea what had happened. She had entered the palace at the age of 14 and had spent the last 60-some years in the depths of the palace. She was skilled in palace politics and had little understanding of the operations of the outside world. She only knew that ever since the Khitans had raised the slogan of justifying the Prince of Luling and the Prince of Xiang, the massive and effective war machine of the Wuzhou imperial court had fallen into a difficult situation. The aristocratic families quickly discovered that this political slogan of the Khitans could be used, but they needed to add fuel to the fire to make this slogan have practical effects, expand its influence, and sound the alarm for the high and mighty empress. As a result, they immediately began to make arrangements. They controlled the local economy, and the influence of a large clan could cover an entire province. It was extremely easy for them to do something in the dark to counteract the influence of the imperial court's decree. Thus, even though the imperial court had repeatedly issued edicts to urge them on, the collection of provisions and the recruitment of soldiers had never made any progress. Besides the secret efforts of Li Tang's imperial clan and aristocratic families, the officials of Li Tang's faction who had been banished to the local regions over the last few years had undoubtedly played an important role. They had been demoted precisely because they were branded with Li Tang's brand. The Empress did not trust them, and they were also determined to restore Li Tang. It would be strange if they did not give Wu Zetian a hard time. They had originally been high-ranking officials of the court, and when they went to the local regions, they were either the main officials of a province or a county, or they could rely on their prestige and seniority to use their status as deputy or idle officials to exert a major influence on the local officials. Under their influence, These provinces and prefectures had also been severely delayed in collecting provisions and recruiting soldiers for the court. The entire empire, for some undeclared reason, continued to move at a slower pace. The emperor, who was in the center and never left the palace, was completely unaware of this secret and obscure resistance and was completely powerless against this inexplicable delay. She could only attribute the reason to the people's longing for Li Tang. The power loyal to Li Tang was still so great and so deep in the hearts of the people? This made her secretly panic. She did not understand. Her Zhou dynasty had been established for so long. Why were people still unable to forget Li Tang? Was it just because she was a woman? She was not convinced. She had to completely defeat the Khitans. She had to pass down the Zhou dynasty forever. She had to be the founding ancestor of the country for generations to come. There was a house in Jiaqing Lane in the south of Luoyang. The common people in the lane all knew that the owner of this house was not from here and rarely came to Luoyang. Even during the holidays, it was rare to see the owner of this house appear. There was only one old family member who often went out to buy vegetables, so everyone was familiar with him. This house belonged to the Dugu family, and it had been empty for many years now. But it had finally welcomed its new owner. Ningku had lived here quietly for 3 days. Under the moonlight, a faint sound of zither came from the elegant and quiet garden. The sound of the zither was like the thin clouds in the sky covering the moonlight, indistinct and indistinct. There was a faint night fog in the garden. Under the window, a zither lay in front of the moon. Ningku gently plucked the strings. The sound of the zither was mournful but not hurtful. It was just and elegant. All the indescribable thoughts were transferred into the sound of the zither and rippled into the graceful fog. Hatred and thoughts could only be expressed to the moon. It was difficult to express them to others. Her slender fingers pressed on the zither and the lingering sound suddenly stopped. Ningku sighed with melancholy. Her pretty face was like frost under the moon. With light footsteps, the boat girl walked quietly behind her. Ningku asked softly, "What did you hear?" The boat girl said, "Since the Khitans rebelled, the neighboring Turks have stationed their troops at the border, eyeing them covetously. After the Khitans defeated the imperial court's rebel-suppressing army, the Khitans mounted their cavalry and invaded Liangzhou, then Lingzhou and then Xingzhou. They killed their way to Xingzhou before they were blocked by the deputy envoy of the Pingdi army, Undaomai. Now they have stationed a large number of troops outside the city of Xingzhou. It seems that they want to take Xingzhou in one fell swoop and invade the Central Plains. Therefore, there is no need for anyone to deliberately delay the western region and the provinces near it. It is impossible for them to send a single soldier to participate in the northern expedition. We must reserve troops there to guard against the Turks." Ningku lightly responded and asked, "What about the Tufan? It is impossible for the Tufan not to take advantage of the situation, right?" The boat girl smiled and said, "Mrs. Wright, the Tufan will certainly not let go of this opportunity. However, the Tufan king is fighting for power and their internal strife is in full swing. They do not want to fight with the imperial court for the time being. Therefore, they have sent messengers to negotiate with the imperial court. The contents of the negotiation include the 4 towns of Anxi and some border areas between the two countries." Ningku hit the nail on the head. The imperial court has already eaten the 4 towns of Anxi and will not spit it out. This is the greatest martial art that the imperial court is proud of. The Tufan also know this. They are using the 4 towns of Anxi to make concessions. What they want are those border areas that are difficult to divide. The boat girl said, "Mrs. Wright." Ningku casually plucked the strings of the zither and pondered for a while before saying, "The Empress is old and lacks energy. She can no longer fully control the empire. In this time of internal and external troubles, she will definitely make concessions." The barge lady asked cautiously, "In this case, our family's business in the western regions will be affected. Should we tell young master about this analysis?" Ning Ku shook his head. No need. Eldest brother is the head of the family. There are some things that he should know. I should try my best to reduce the impact on him. The boat girl answered in a low voice and said, Yang Fan is still missing. Madame Yang is devastated. The strange thing is that there is no news about the second madam of the Yang family. It seems that she is not in the mansion. Miss, do you want to visit her? Ning Ku's eyes dimmed. He said faintly, What for? No one can help her unless there is news about Yang Fan. Besides, who am I to visit her? Ning Ku said faintly, Everyone will die sooner or later. Sadness can only make oneself sad. What can it do to help the dead? Since it can't help, why should I be sad? Actually, I'm a very fickle person. Not just affection, I'm very, very indifferent to everything else. 2 clear teardrops silently fell from her eyes and landed on her dress. Ning Ku gently stood up and looked back with a smile. If I die one day, you must not be sad. The boat lady looked at Zhang Qingsu's thin face and her heart ached. Miss. Ning Ku smiled faintly and said, Everyone will die eventually. Don't you think so? The boat girl silently watched Ning Ku's figure walking towards the door. Her figure was as slender as the moon and extremely weak. The boat girl said in a low voice, Dr. Jiang Yechuan will return to Luoyang tomorrow. I will invite him to treat Mississippi. Ning Ku made a non-committal sound and gently closed the door. Before the Second Northern Expedition Army had gathered, the Turks had launched an attack on Helong. The Tubo did not let go of this opportunity in the midst of internal strife. They sent envoys to exert diplomatic pressure on Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian was troubled by both internal and external threat. Furthermore, her health had been deteriorating over the past few years, and she was severely lacking in energy. She could not handle such a complicated situation. In desperation, Wu Zetian had to make some concessions. She ordered Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong to return to the capital and appointed Assistant Minister of War Yao Chong as the Prime Minister. These few people were clearly on the side of protecting the throne. Their decision to reinstate Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong was to send a strong political message to the people. The crown prince must belong to the Li family. The emperor will not appoint a nephew of the Wu family as the crown prince. In this situation, the Khitans in the north were in a mess, the Turks were taking advantage of the situation in the west, and the barbarians in the south had just calmed down. Moreover, Wu Zetian also received news that the Khitans seemed to be in contact with the Shi people. The Shi people were not as respectful as during the time of Taizong and Gaozong. In recent years, they often paid lip service to the Wuzhou court. If they also participated in the rebellion, it was tantamount to stabbing the seriously ill Wuzhou court in the heart. In the face of such a situation, Wu Zetian, who had always been strong and never bowed down, had to show her attitude. However, she still held a glimmer of hope, so she only transferred Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong back to the capital. She did not change the situation of her 2 sons at all. She still hoped that after the Khitans' rebellion was quelled, the threat from the Turks and Tubo was solved. At that time, she would turn her hand over and suppress the emperor's succession party. Now, she temporarily endured it and took advantage of this crisis to make some ambiguous emperor's succession party jump out. At that time, she would catch them all in one fell swoop. However, she didn't expect that today's predicament was caused by the little fox, Yang Fan, whom she had sent to Liaodong. How could she expect that the old fox, Di Renjie, whom she had invited back to the capital, would bring her some surprises?